There is a silent revolution underway, one that doesn't make headlines or break the internet, but it's happening in homes, minds, and hearts of those who are beginning to sense there's more to this life than reacting, surviving, or endlessly striving. And you're here because a part of you already knows. Something within you is untapped. Something powerful, ancient, and deeply intelligent. Not a motivational gimmick. Not a productivity hack. Not another empty affirmation. Something real. Something that connects your biology to your thoughts, your emotions to your physical reality, and your identity to the ever-shifting quantum field that surrounds and composes everything. This is not science fiction. It's not mystical fluff dressed up in technical terms. It's a convergence of frontier physics, deep neurobiology, and timeless consciousness practices. And it's forming a new model of personal growth, one that's no longer limited to habits, willpower, or mindset alone. You're about to enter a transformative experience, an exploration of quantum self-mastery. Here's exactly what we're going to uncover together. You'll learn how your thoughts are not abstract. They carry measurable frequencies that alter your biochemistry in real time. You'll discover how your perception isn't passive but is sculpting your world moment to moment. You'll see how your body listens to every belief you hold, and how your nervous system can be tuned like an antenna to a greater intelligence. But we won't stop there. We'll unravel the mystery of biophotons. Yes, the literal light your cells emit, and what that says about your ability to heal and transform. We'll move through emotional alchemy, time distortion, quantum habits, shadow integration, altered states, and even parallel self-alignment. By the end of this experience, you won't be the same. You will have tools. You will have language. You will have frameworks that connect you directly with your innate potential, not conceptually but viscerally. This is about learning to navigate a quantum reality with a human body and a conscious mind. And no matter what your current beliefs, background, or understanding of science or spirituality may be, you'll walk away with a perspective that's grounded, empowering, and undeniably actionable. So here's the truth behind it all. You've been taught that who you are is the product of your circumstances, your history, and your behavior. But that model is incomplete. It ignores the vast influence of energy, attention, coherence, and the very fabric of space and time. The quantum self isn't a metaphor. It's you, when your biology, emotion, consciousness, and environment are synchronized in a way that amplifies your capacity to grow, heal, influence, and evolve. Not by force, not by hustle, not by fear, but by alignment. Every chapter in this series has been meticulously crafted to open a new dimension of awareness, introduce new ways of seeing your reality, and challenge outdated assumptions that keep you stuck. And the best part? It's not only conceptual. You'll learn how to activate these shifts. You'll get the language of frequency, the mechanisms of belief transformation, and the biology of energy fields, all made tangible, digestible, and directly relevant to your everyday life. So if you're ready to stop living like you're separate from your own potential, if you're ready to experience what it means to truly shift reality from within, stay right here, because it's time to meet the quantum you. Let's begin by stating something many avoid out of fear. It sounds too radical. You are not merely a body walking around with a brain. You are a multidimensional field of energy and intelligence, constantly interacting with an ocean of unseen forces, many of which you've never been taught to sense, understand, or use. But now, that changes. Traditional models of personal growth focus heavily on behavior, what you do, what you achieve, how disciplined you are. They rely on action-based systems to generate success, happiness, or healing. And while useful, this approach is fundamentally incomplete, because it doesn't account for how your state of being, your thoughts, feelings, energetic coherence, shapes the very reality those actions unfold within. Quantum physics has taught us something staggering. The act of observation itself influences the outcome of an event. On the subatomic level, particles exist in a state of probability until they're measured or observed. Then, and only then, do they decide on a position. This means consciousness, your attention, your awareness, isn't just a passive bystander. It's an active participant in the structure of your reality. Let's go deeper. You're not a static entity. You're a dynamic frequency system. Your brain emits measurable brainwaves. Your heart radiates electromagnetic fields. Your cells communicate through light, sound, and biochemical language. Your entire being is humming with energy at various wavelengths. And these frequencies don't stay contained. They ripple out. They interact with the world around you, people, environments, opportunities, and invite in circumstances that match your internal signal. This isn't theoretical. Research in neurocardiology, bioenergetics, and consciousness studies is confirming it more each year. So the question becomes, what kind of signal are you broadcasting? This series is not about adding new beliefs. It's about removing the blindfold to a reality that's been operating beneath your awareness all along. You'll start noticing patterns in your life that seem eerily accurate reflections of your inner state. You'll begin to catch the subtle way your emotional atmosphere influences your physical health. You'll understand how fear contracts your energy field and how gratitude expands it. You'll start treating your thoughts not as throwaway internal chatter, but as creative frequencies with real-world consequences. Let's pause here and really let this land. The version of you that operates solely from habit, memory, and external pressure is limited. That version survives, copes, adapts, but it doesn't thrive. The quantum self, the one you're reconnecting with now, doesn't rely on past experience to shape the future. Pulls from potential. It aligns with possibility. It acts from coherence, not confusion. And most importantly, it understands that change doesn't start with behavior. It starts with being. So let's recalibrate how we measure personal growth. It's not just about how much you've done or how hard you've pushed. It's about how coherently you exist, how clearly your mind and body are communicating, how harmonized your thoughts are with your emotions, how consistently your internal state reflects the external reality you say you want. And if those two are out of sync, if what you feel and what you're trying to attract don't match, you now have the tools to bring them into resonance. That's the work. That's the mastery. You're not being asked to believe anything in this experience. You're being invited to notice, to become aware of patterns you've never questioned, to pay attention to what your body has been signaling, to sense the energy in a room, to tune into coherence, to shift not just what you think, but how you exist. The quantum you is not a concept. It is a felt state. It's when you realize your body isn't separate from your thoughts. Your thoughts aren't separate from your environment. And your consciousness isn't trapped inside your head. It's all one field, one system, one extraordinary architecture of intelligence, waiting for you to become aware of it. So now that you're standing at the edge of that awareness, it's time to go further, because if you're truly more than flesh and thought, then the way you see reality, the lens you've been trained to use, is overdue for an upgrade. Let's dismantle the first and most deceptive barrier on this journey, the illusion of limits. Coming up next, we'll explore how your perception, yes, the way you simply see the world, is actually the force that defines it, and how, once recalibrated, it opens doors you didn't know were there. Let's keep going. You've now seen that you are not simply a physical structure reacting to the world. You are an energetic presence shaping it. But here's where things get more subtle and more powerful, because even if you're composed of frequency, light, and intelligence, none of that matters if your perception is still stuck in limitation. Let's clarify something foundational. Your perception is not a passive lens. It is an active, formative force. It does more than interpret reality, it contributes to constructing it. From the moment you wake up, your brain is filtering billions of bits of information per second. But you don't see billions of bits. You see what your mind is conditioned to look for. That conditioning becomes your lens. And that lens shapes everything. Your emotional state, your decisions, your relationships, your health, your future. This means your experience is not dictated by the external world, but by the internal filters through which that world is interpreted. Let's pause on that. Really let it register. Because the first barrier to quantum self-mastery isn't the environment. It's the way you've learned to see the environment, the stories you've repeated, the identities you've reinforced, the expectations you've clung to, often without realizing it. These internal narratives act like default settings. They create feedback loops. You expect disappointment. You unconsciously interpret neutral events as proof. You carry an identity of being overlooked. You scan for signs of rejection, filtering out evidence of being valued. And all of this happens so fast, so automatically, it feels like reality. But it's not objective reality. It's a projection shaped by your inner framework. Now bring this into quantum terms. A particle doesn't have a definite form until it's observed. This is the infamous principle called the observer effect. Your act of perceiving alters the outcome of what you perceive. At the deepest level of matter, things exist as probability fields. They collapse into form only through interaction, through consciousness. Now scale that idea up from the subatomic to the personal. Your life isn't a fixed script. It's a fluid field of potential, constantly shifting in response to your perception. This has massive implications. It means you are not stuck with the hand you were dealt. You are not limited by what happened before. And you are not at the mercy of some static fate. The boundaries you think you see, emotional, mental, professional, physical, are not permanent lines. They are points of view, and they can be restructured. But first, they must be seen clearly. Ask yourself right now, where do you assume something can't change? Where have you told yourself, that's just how it is? Where have you become so used to discomfort or struggle that it's become familiar? Maybe even invisible. These are not facts. They are perceptual constructs. And here's the key insight. Once you become aware that perception is shaping your experience, you can start reshaping your perception. Let's talk about one powerful tool to start doing exactly that: cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is your mind's ability to shift perspectives, to question assumptions, to entertain multiple meanings for a single event. It's what allows two people to go through the same situation and come away with entirely different experiences. Developing this skill is like updating the lens through which you engage with the world. Instead of seeing obstacles, you start recognizing feedback. Instead of interpreting silence as rejection, you start asking better questions. Instead of reacting from past programming, you start choosing how to frame each moment. Here's another principle that will serve you: the perceptual loop. Perception influences belief. Belief shapes interpretation. Interpretation reinforces perception. This cycle can keep you trapped, or it can become your liberation. Once you begin challenging the beliefs nested within your perception, you crack the loop open. The feedback cycle begins to favor possibility instead of fear, growth instead of avoidance, alignment instead of repetition. Now let's bring in the role of emotion. Emotions aren't just reactions to the world. They're amplifiers of perception. Fear narrows your lens, makes you see threat in everything. Gratitude broadens it, makes you more open to novelty and creative thinking. So your emotional state doesn't just color how you see the world, it shifts what you're neurologically able to perceive in the first place. This is why regulating emotional state is foundational to shifting perception. The more coherent your internal state, the more fluid and expansive your perception becomes. Which leads us to a radical truth. Changing your life starts with changing your state. Not your strategy, not your to-do list, not your goals, your state. Your state informs your perception. Your perception sculpts your reality. Let that sequence become clear. State, perception, reality. Most people go about it backwards. They wait for reality to change so they can feel better, but they never question the lens through which they're seeing. They never notice the filter that makes the world look like a problem to solve, a burden to bear, a threat to survive. When you upgrade the lens, the world reflects it. That's the work of quantum self-mastery. And it starts right here by learning to catch the moment you assume something is unchangeable. And asking, is this real? Or is this simply what I've been trained to expect? You've now begun to see how perception limits or expands the field of possibility. But this insight becomes exponentially more powerful when you realize that your perception is generated by a deeper mechanism, one that most people associate with intelligence, but rarely understand as a field-based process. Up next, you're going to see what actually powers this perceptual lens. Not just in your brain, but through the fabric of space itself. You've now seen that perception doesn't just color your experience, it constructs it. What you think is the limit often turns out to be the lens. But now we go deeper, because perception doesn't arise out of nowhere. It's the result of something far more complex and far more powerful than just neurons firing in a skull. The mind you think you know? That's only the surface. What we commonly call the mind is usually treated as a byproduct of brain activity. That model assumes thoughts are generated solely by the brain's chemical and electrical processes. It's a tidy explanation, but it's deeply incomplete. The brain is not the origin of consciousness. It's an interface, a receiver, a translator, but not the source. The emerging picture, supported by both quantum theory and consciousness studies, is this: your mind is not confined to your head. It exists in and interacts with a field of information, frequency, and potential. The real processing power of your consciousness may be distributed across space, not locked inside gray matter. Let's strip this down. You've experienced flashes of intuition, gut feelings that proved accurate. You've walked into a room and immediately sensed the tension before a word was spoken. You've thought of someone only to receive their message moments later. These aren't oddities. They are signals, clues that consciousness is not bound by physical location. In quantum physics, particles that are entangled can influence each other instantly, regardless of distance. This non-locality shatters classical models of separation. And if the smallest building blocks of matter can be linked across space, what does that suggest about consciousness? It suggests this thought is not contained. Awareness is not local. The you that thinks is part of a much wider intelligence system. This is the quantum mind. It's not just memory and logic. It's not just neurons and networks. It's a field that connects inner intention with outer expression. It's the interface between belief and biology. And it may very well be interacting with the fabric of reality itself. Which means when you learn to direct thought with clarity, coherence, and intention, you're not just reorganizing your brain, you're influencing patterns far beyond your body. You are communicating with the quantum field. This changes everything. Let's examine how. Start with brain waves. Your brain emits measurable frequencies: delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma. Each state corresponds to different levels of consciousness, from deep sleep to high alertness. But here's what matters most. These frequencies influence how you interpret and emit energy. In other words, your brainwave state affects your signal, your output to the quantum field. And your signal shapes what gets mirrored back to you. Beta waves, your usual waking state, keep you in analytical mode. Alpha brings you into relaxed presence. Theta opens access to subconscious material. Gamma, at the highest frequency, has been associated with transcendence, insight, and unitive experiences. By learning to intentionally shift your brainwave state, you're not just relaxing or concentrating, you're tuning the dial of your quantum interface. You're adjusting the frequency through which your thoughts ripple into the field. This is why ancient meditation traditions and modern neurofeedback share something in common. They teach the mind to settle, then synchronize. When the brain becomes coherent, when patterns of activity align, the signal you emit becomes cleaner, stronger, more organized. And the field responds. Your ability to influence your reality is not determined by how often you think about what you want. It's determined by how coherent your mind becomes when you think it. This is the mistake most people make. They use thought as noise, not signal. They repeat mantras, visualize goals, or chase intentions from a place of stress, confusion, or desperation. But incoherent signals create distortion. The field reflects not just the words or images, but the frequency underneath them. You don't influence the quantum field by trying harder. You do it by aligning more clearly. Clarity, coherence, presence. These are the signal boosters. These are the upgrades to your quantum processor. And this brings us to an even more advanced concept: thought as a geometrical structure. There is growing evidence that thoughts are not just electrical firings but coherent energetic formations. Patterns of vibration, geometries that take shape in the field. Every thought has a structure. Some collapse instantly, others stabilize and attract form. The more emotionally charged, the more coherent the pattern becomes. So when you repeat disempowering thoughts with strong emotion, you aren't just feeling bad, you're energizing a pattern in the field. The opposite is also true. When you concentrate fully, emotionally, and consistently on a new belief or vision, you're not just dreaming. You are initiating a geometrical imprint that starts magnetizing reality into alignment with it. This is how your mind becomes a sculptor of experience. But there's one more layer that makes this profound. Your mind does not operate alone. It is influenced and informed by a greater intelligence, something beyond intellect, memory, or logic. Call it intuition, call it source, call it higher mind. Whatever the term, the mechanism is this. When your thoughts are quiet and your body is present, and your brain is coherent, you gain access to knowledge that didn't come from thinking. Ideas arrive fully formed. Solutions appear that your logic couldn't find. Creativity surges. Decisions become immediate and clear. This is not a trick or miracle. It's a function of tuning your processor to the frequency where higher-order intelligence flows. This is quantum-level thinking, not in complexity, but in dimensionality. You're not figuring things out. You're receiving them. Let's bring all of this into one core idea. Your mind is not just a pattern interpreter. It's a pattern creator. When coherent, your thoughts don't just observe reality. They interact with it. They send structured signals into the field, which in turn rearranges probabilities and feedback loops to reflect those signals. So thought, when aligned with intention and emotion, becomes an architect of reality. You're not thinking randomly. You're shaping space. Now that you understand how your mind functions as a quantum processor, and not merely a storage device, you can begin training it not to think more, but to think more coherently. Not to control everything, but to align with the deeper order within everything. And from this place, your thoughts stop being noise. They start becoming commands, clear frequencies, sculptors of experience. This is how the process of transformation accelerates. Not through complexity, through alignment. Next, we are going to explore the very nature of those thoughts, their frequencies, and how every idea, belief, or intention carries an energetic signature that either weakens or strengthens your field. The language of thought is vibration, and your ability to master it will change the way you move through space, time, and possibility. Now that you understand the mind not as a container, but as a quantum processor, one that shapes and organizes reality by interfacing with the field, there's something you need to hear next. Thought isn't just a mental event. It's an energetic transmission. It has frequency. It has pattern. It has weight. This means every thought you think has a signature. Not symbolic, literal. Whether you're aware of it or not, you are generating invisible wavelengths that interact with your body, your emotions, and your surrounding environment in real time. And the quality of those frequencies determines whether your inner reality creates alignment or distortion. Let's get concrete. You've heard of brainwaves, but beyond that, research in neuroscience, psychophysiology, and biophysics now points toward an undeniable reality. Your thoughts can be measured as electromagnetic signals. When you think a thought, neurons fire. That firing produces an electrical current. That current generates a magnetic field. Those fields can be detected, and their patterns have rhythm. They oscillate. They carry measurable frequencies. These are not metaphors. This is physics. Now, here's the insight that changes everything. Not all thought frequencies are equal. Some are chaotic, scattered, inconsistent. Others are coherent, focused, rhythmic. These differences are not trivial. They decide whether your energy field strengthens or weakens, whether your biology responds in harmony or stress, whether the field reflects clarity or confusion. Start with incoherence. Incoherent thoughts often carry the energy of fear, anxiety, urgency, doubt. These are unstable frequencies. They flicker. They contradict themselves. They lack structure. When these thoughts dominate your internal environment, they scramble your nervous system. They tighten the muscles. They disrupt hormone regulation. And most importantly, they cloud the signal you're emitting into the field. The result? Feedback loops that match that noise. Stress, frustration, stuckness, misaligned opportunities. Now contrast that with coherence. A coherent thought is structured, anchored, emotionally unified. There is no internal contradiction. There's no underlying emotional resistance. There's clarity. When you think coherently, especially when you align that thought with emotion and embodiment, your entire system begins to synchronize. Your heart rate stabilizes. Your breath evens out. Your brainwaves settle. The electromagnetic field around your heart and brain becomes organized. The signal you're sending becomes stronger, cleaner, more resonant. This is the thought frequency that influences the field not because it's louder, but because it's clearer. Here's something to recognize. Your body is not separate from these frequencies. It's absorbing and responding to them all day, every day. When you carry chronic thought patterns of judgment, hopelessness, or panic, your cells respond as if the threat were real, because to them it is. On the other hand, when you generate thought frequencies rooted in possibility, gratitude, or love, the body shifts. Hormones rebalance. Digestion improves. Brain chemistry reconfigures. You are never just thinking. You are broadcasting. And your biology is the first to receive that transmission. This understanding opens a new level of personal responsibility. Not responsibility in the moral sense, but energetic responsibility. You must begin to notice, what frequencies are you repeatedly choosing to live inside of? Not what you wish, not what you affirm once a day, but the actual moment-to-moment emotional charge of your thoughts. That's what's shaping the field. You can't fake coherence. You can't trick energy. The frequency you consistently hold becomes your baseline, and that baseline becomes your attractor pattern. This brings us to the power of emotional resonance. Thought without feeling is weak. It doesn't imprint strongly. But when thought is backed by emotion, especially elevated emotion, it gains weight. It embeds into your nervous system. It forms memories faster. It alters body chemistry more deeply. And it radiates a stronger signature into the quantum field. This is why surface-level affirmations often fail. Without emotional resonance, they're empty signals. There's no vibrational architecture, no consistency, no charge. But when a thought becomes infused with real feeling, joy, awe, certainty, it becomes encoded. It stabilizes as a frequency, and reality begins to reflect it. Now we get to the practice. To shift thought frequency, you must engage the body. Why? Because the body is the amplifier. A coherent thought becomes exponentially more powerful when it is spoken out loud, felt fully in the heart, carried through the breath, held in posture and movement. This isn't about positive thinking. It's about somatic alignment. When your body and thought and breath and emotion are synchronized, your field becomes coherent. And your thought frequency becomes a command. That command begins to shape events, people, and possibilities with startling precision. There's a language here that's deeper than words. You're speaking to reality through frequency. And reality answers not based on what you say you want, but on what you are consistently broadcasting. So if there's a mismatch between your inner dialogue and the results you're experiencing, look at the emotion underneath your thoughts. Is your internal frequency saying, I trust? Or I fear? I already am? Or I wish I could be? I belong? Or I don't deserve? These aren't trivial differences. They are vibrational signatures, and they instruct the field accordingly. Let's go even deeper. Quantum biology suggests that energy fields generated by the brain and heart extend several feet beyond the body. They fluctuate, they carry information, and they interact with other energy fields around them, human and environmental. This means your thought frequency doesn't just affect you. It influences the energy patterns of people near you. It shapes the field of a room. It sends a signal that's either magnetic or repelling. People can't always explain it, but they feel it. They feel when someone's energy pulls them in or pushes them away. They feel when presence is safe, grounded, alive, or chaotic and unclear. That's your field speaking. And your field is shaped first and foremost by thought frequency. So where do you go from here? You begin training thought like you would train a muscle. You don't let it run on autopilot. You don't allow incoherent loops to dominate. You notice. You recalibrate. You generate thoughts on purpose, with breath, with emotion, with full body awareness. You make frequency your baseline, not concept. This is mastery. It's not controlling every thought. It's creating coherence around the ones that matter most, and refusing to feed the frequencies that diminish your power. Next, we are going to follow the signal of thought even further into your biology. You'll learn how your thoughts aren't just creating energetic ripples, but actually communicating with your cells. Your body is listening, and now it's time to understand exactly how it responds. You've now recognized that thought isn't abstract. It's electric, magnetic, resonant. Your thinking emits frequency, and those frequencies don't just drift off into empty space. They land, and the first place they land is inside your body. That's right. Your body isn't merely following chemical reactions or genetic codes. It's responding, second by second, to the signals of your inner world, to the quality of your thoughts, to the emotional charge beneath them. Your biology is listening, and not just in some metaphorical or poetic way. It's literal. The human body, down to the cellular level, is built to sense energy. Cells receive signals. They interpret them. They adapt based on those instructions. And many of those instructions are coming from the field generated by your mind. Start with this truth. Your body is not a machine. It's a dynamic, intelligent ecosystem. It listens to everything. Not just what you say out loud, but what you think repeatedly. Not just what you feel once in a while, but what you emotionally rehearse over and over again. And every thought you hold, especially those with emotional intensity, sends ripples into this system. Those ripples alter the chemistry of your blood. They influence which genes turn on and which stay silent. They affect how your immune system operates, how your heart beats, how quickly your cells regenerate. So when people talk about thinking yourself sick or thinking yourself well, they're not wrong. They just don't often understand the mechanism. That's what we're breaking open now. Let's look at how cells receive input. Every cell in your body has receptors, tiny antenna-like structures embedded in the membrane. These receptors receive information from the environment, hormones, neurotransmitters, chemical messengers. But they also respond to subtle energy. Yes, cells have been observed reacting to electromagnetic fields, light emissions, even vibration. Your thoughts, which produce electromagnetic frequencies, become part of the environment your cells are constantly reading. That means your internal dialogue becomes a set of biochemical instructions. Every "I can't," every "I'm not enough," every "this won't work," isn't just noise. It's code. And your cells take that code seriously. Now flip that script. When your thoughts carry the frequency of trust, possibility, peace, gratitude, your cells receive a different signal. One that tells the body, it's safe, it's supported, can begin repair, can focus on growth, not defense. This isn't mindset work. It's biological entrainment. Here's something almost nobody talks about. Your body doesn't speak English. It speaks vibration, chemistry, rhythm. So when you flood it with positive language but continue holding a frequency of fear, the body doesn't hear the words. It hears the vibration underneath. And it responds to that. This is why change doesn't happen just because you want it. It happens when your body believes it's real. When the emotional signal embedded in your thought becomes consistent, embodied, and trusted. That's when new pathways form. That's when new cells express different genes. That's when healing begins, not because you're fixing the body, but because you're finally speaking in its native language. Let's go even deeper. The field of epigenetics has shown us that genes are not destiny. Most of your genes are like switches. They can be activated or silenced, depending on the environment they're exposed to. And your inner environment, generated by thought and emotion, is one of the most powerful switches there is. You can carry a gene for disease, but if the cellular environment is consistently peaceful, coherent, and stable, that gene may never express. You can also carry a gene for resilience, and it can remain dormant if your body is living in a chronic state of alarm. So again, thought is not passive. It's instructive. You are programming the expression of your biology through the emotional frequency of your mind. Now consider this. You've likely inherited emotional and belief patterns from your upbringing, ways of interpreting stress, stories around your worth, default responses to pressure. And those patterns may have created a consistent energetic environment in your body, one that shaped how your cells developed, how your immune system responds, even how quickly you age. But nothing in that inheritance is permanent. The moment you begin generating a new internal state, you introduce a new signal. And the moment that signal becomes your norm, the body begins changing. You aren't just thinking differently. You're writing new instructions, new code. Your body is not resisting change. It's waiting for new leadership. Let's talk about pain. Physical pain, tension, chronic symptoms, they are often messengers. They're not signs of failure. They're signs of incoherence. They point to parts of the system that have been holding a distorted signal for too long. Instead of resisting pain, begin to ask, what signal have I been sending here? Have I been flooding this system with fear? Have I repeated thoughts of helplessness, resentment, or shame? Have I ignored the subtle signs and waited until they screamed? The body doesn't betray. It reflects. And once you recognize that pain is feedback, not punishment, you can begin changing the input. So how do you shift what the body hears? First, consistency. One calm breath won't reverse years of mental stress, but repeated emotional coherence will. The body changes based on repetition and reinforcement. That's how it learns trust. Second, embodiment. Thought alone is weak. When you feel the new thought, when you breathe with it, move with it, stand with it, the message amplifies. Third, presence. Your body responds best to what's happening now. Not what happened years ago, not what might happen next week. The more you anchor into presence, the more your signal stabilizes. And when those three come together, repetition, embodiment, and presence, the body begins to recalibrate. It shifts from defense to creation, from inflammation to healing, from chaos to coherence. You're not forcing anything. You're simply changing the code. Here's the ultimate insight. Your body is not lagging behind your transformation. It's following your signal. When you get clear, it aligns. When you stabilize, it trusts. When you consistently send a new frequency, it adapts. Not slowly, not reluctantly, but intelligently. You are living proof that thought, when coherent and embodied, becomes biology. You are living proof that the future isn't locked in your genes, but waiting in your frequency. And now that you've seen how deeply your body listens, we're ready to ask a bigger question. If your cells follow your beliefs, then who are you really? Next, we are going to explore identity not as a personality but as an energetic structure. One that can be rewritten, repatterned, and fully upgraded at the cellular level. You now understand that your body isn't passively existing in isolation. It's actively responding to the quality of your thoughts. Every signal you send through emotion, belief, and attention is interpreted biologically, on a cellular level. And now we arrive at a revelation that changes the foundation of how you see yourself. Your identity is not fixed. It's not something you find. It's something you broadcast, shape, reinforce. Most people live within an identity that was unconsciously assembled, formed by family patterns, cultural programming, past experiences, and repetitive emotional states. Over time, these inputs get hard-coded into the body and labeled as me. But here's the truth. Your identity isn't who you are. It's who your nervous system thinks you need to be in order to survive. This means every version of I am, whether empowering or limiting, is a frequency signal, a repeating pattern, a story layered with emotion and wired into your biology. The moment you say, I'm not that kind of person, I've never been good at that, that's just how I am, you're not describing truth. You're describing programming, and programming can be rewritten. Let's break this down. At any moment, your identity is the combination of the thoughts you habitually think, the emotions you frequently feel, the postures, expressions, and patterns your body repeats, the expectations you carry forward from past experience. This entire structure becomes an energetic loop. It stabilizes over time and begins to emit a consistent signal. That signal not only organizes your internal biology, it shapes your external results. So when people say they feel stuck, they're often describing the feedback loop of a past identity still running as their default frequency. But stuck doesn't mean permanent. It means rehearsed, and anything rehearsed can be replaced. This brings us to a powerful practice. To shift your reality, you must interrupt the identity loop, not just mentally but energetically. Start by observing your most common I am statements. What do you claim repeatedly without even thinking? What qualities do you attach to yourself without challenge? What limitations have you turned into personality traits? These are not reflections of your soul. They are echoes of conditioning, and every one of them is up for review. Here's what happens when you consciously install a new identity. Your thoughts begin to shift. Your language adjusts. Your body responds with new posture, new breath, new chemistry. Your nervous system starts to accept a new baseline. And over time, that new signal begins to overwrite the old. But it doesn't happen just because you want it to. It happens because you start living from that identity before there's evidence. This is one of the great paradoxes of transformation. The body waits for evidence to believe. The field waits for alignment to deliver. So you must teach your body that it's safe to change by flooding it with the emotional frequency of the new identity now. Not later, not someday, now. Here's where most people get stuck. They try to think their way into a new self while emotionally anchored to the old one. They visualize abundance while feeling fear. They affirm strength while unconsciously rehearsing weakness. They repeat I am statements while the body still carries the vibration of lack, shame, or unworthiness. That split creates incoherence, and incoherence delays change. You can't think one thing and feel another and expect alignment. So the shift happens when thought, emotion, and body synchronize. This is quantum identity, not as concept, as experience. Let's get even more precise. To rewire identity, choose not just new thoughts but new emotional anchors. Say you want to embody the identity of confidence. Don't just tell yourself you're confident. Ask, what does confidence feel like in the body? How does it breathe? How does it walk? What frequency does it emit when no one is watching? Then practice that frequency before anything changes. You're not waiting for proof. You're generating the signal. And the signal is what rewrites the code. This practice can feel foreign at first, because your nervous system has memorized the old identity for years. It's been your comfort zone. Even if it hurt you, it was familiar. That's why change often feels like fear. Not because something is wrong, but because you're stepping into an unfamiliar frequency, and the body doesn't yet know it's safe. So give it evidence. Breathe through the resistance. Stay in the posture of the new identity. Speak its language, wear its frequency, and repeat. The more you do this, the more the body updates. The more trust builds. The more automatic the new signal becomes. Until it's no longer something you're practicing. It's who you are. This is the energetic difference between personal development and quantum self-mastery. Personal development modifies behavior. Quantum self-mastery reprograms identity. And reprogramming identity isn't about improving who you are. It's about remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. It's about shedding the distortions. It's about becoming frequency-specific to the version of you that already exists in potential, and making that version your dominant state. Here's what's powerful. Your cells do not resist this shift. They are designed to follow coherence. When they receive consistent, emotionally reinforced instructions, they obey. They replicate based on new patterns. They adapt. They heal. They evolve. You are not locked in a self. You are sculpting a signal. And identity, real identity, is nothing more than the frequency you choose to stabilize. Next, we are going to look at something most people never consider, yet it's happening within you right now. Your cells aren't just listening. They're glowing. You are emitting light from your body every second. And that light carries information, intention, and intelligence. Let's explore what it means when your biology becomes luminous, and how you can consciously increase the power of that glow. You've now understood that identity is not static, it's broadcast, that who you believe yourself to be sends signals through thought, emotion, and biology. But there's a stunning layer most people never hear about. One that confirms your inner transformation doesn't just affect your thoughts or mood. It affects your light. Yes, literal light. Your body emits it. Your cells communicate through it. And the quality of that light reflects the coherence or incoherence of your internal state. This light has a name: biophotons. Biophotons are ultra-weak light particles emitted by living cells. They're not metaphorical or symbolic. They're real, measurable emissions of electromagnetic radiation at the quantum level. They're so faint the human eye can't perceive them, but with the right equipment, they can be detected as pulses of visible and ultraviolet light. They're not random. They're not waste byproducts. They're carriers of information. Your cells use this light to coordinate complex biological functions. Some researchers suggest that biophotons may be a kind of internal communication system, faster and more precise than chemical signaling. And here's the key. The strength, rhythm, and coherence of this light changes based on your emotional and energetic state. This means when your thoughts are scattered, your energy is low, and your emotions are erratic, your light becomes disorganized. The biophoton emission weakens. The rhythm becomes jagged. Communication between cells becomes less efficient. On the other hand, when your thoughts are clear, your body is calm, and your internal world is aligned, your cells emit more coherent light. The emission becomes synchronized. Your biology runs smoother. Your energy field stabilizes. Healing accelerates. You become, quite literally, luminous. Let's bring this into your direct experience. Have you ever looked at someone and thought, they're glowing? It's not just poetic language. It's perception responding to coherence. The alignment of mind, body, and energy creates a field that's visibly radiant, even if it can't be explained. You're perceiving the harmony of that person's biophotonic signal, and your body responds to it. That light doesn't just stay inside them, it communicates with the space around them. It influences the fields of others. It becomes a kind of energetic presence that reaches beyond the skin. You've felt this before. Being in the presence of someone grounded, present, and authentically aligned creates a physiological shift in you. That's not charisma. That's coherence in action. So what determines the quality of this internal light? It begins with emotional consistency. Your emotions shape the electromagnetic signals in your heart and brain. Those signals influence the biofields surrounding you. And at the cellular level, those signals show up as changes in biophoton emission. When you stabilize emotional states like gratitude, joy, forgiveness, and inner peace, the body shifts into a regenerative mode. Cells begin functioning more efficiently. Communication across tissues becomes more fluid, and your light becomes stronger. You are signaling to your body and to the space around you that you're in harmony. This is why the most powerful transformations aren't necessarily visible in behavior first. They're visible in light, in presence, in what others feel when they're near you, even if they can't describe why. There's also something fascinating about the biophoton system. It appears to be holographic. Each part of your body emits light, but within that light, information about the whole body may be encoded. This suggests that every part of you carries the intelligence of your entire system. And the field of light that surrounds you is a coherent expression of your total state, not just one part. Which means this: you can't hide from your own frequency. The quality of your thoughts, your emotions, your inner narratives, they're all broadcasting through light. Constantly, quietly, clearly. So when people respond to your energy, it's not about words. It's about coherence. About the message carried in your light signature. Here's what most people never consider. When you're holding shame, grief, resentment, or chronic fear, your cells are under energetic tension. That tension distorts the pattern of light. It becomes fragmented. The body moves into defense mode. Regeneration slows. Healing is delayed. But as you clear those patterns, as you allow emotional resolution, integrate the past, and create new alignment, Your light becomes ordered. Healing speeds up. Systems synchronize. Your field becomes magnetic. You aren't just thinking clearer or feeling better. You're glowing with intelligence. This is not abstract. In clinical studies, higher biophoton emission has been correlated with increased vitality, better cellular communication, and healthier tissue. Some researchers believe that this light is involved in regulating DNA. Others point to its role in long-range communication between organs and even distant parts of the body. But here's the most empowering point of all. You don't need a lab to increase your light. You just need to live in a state that supports coherence. That means breathing with presence, feeling your emotions fully and then releasing them, aligning your thoughts with your highest values, practicing gratitude not as a thought but as a state, choosing rest, nature, movement, and silence regularly. These practices aren't just mood enhancers. They are frequency stabilizers. They train your system to emit clear, rhythmic light. And over time, that light becomes a field of influence, one that shapes your health, your relationships, and your capacity to receive intuitive information. And yes, there's another layer. Light is not just emitted, it's received. Your cells are not only shining, they're also absorbing light from the environment, from the sun, from food, from other people, from the subtle energy around you. This creates a constant feedback loop. Your field is in conversation with the world. You are always taking in frequency and radiating it back out. This is why environment matters. Not just physically, but energetically. The quality of light around you, the coherence of people, places, and stimuli affects your field. It either nourishes your signal or scrambles it. And being in coherent spaces helps your system realign faster. So when you protect your peace, when you choose environments that support your expansion, when you stop tolerating noise, you're not being sensitive. You're being a conscious field manager. You're recognizing that your light is sacred, and that every thought, every emotion, every input either strengthens it or dims it. You're already emitting biophotons. You always have been. The only question is, what signal are they carrying? Because when that signal becomes ordered, when your light becomes intentional, you don't just feel different. You become different. You become a beacon for clarity, vitality, and connection. Not because of what you say or what you do, but because of what you are. Next, we are going to explore the system that reads, processes, and responds to this light most directly. It's not your muscles. It's not your skin. It's your nervous system. And once trained, it becomes the most sensitive and powerful instrument of quantum transformation you have. You've now seen that your body emits light, that this light, biophotons, is structured, intelligent, and directly reflects the state of your inner world. But what part of you receives and interprets that light? What part listens to your thoughts, senses your surroundings, and modulates your energy in real time? The answer is your nervous system, and it's far more than just a network of wires sending electrical messages from brain to body. Your nervous system is your most refined tuning device. It is a sensory interface between your physical form and the energy fields surrounding you. It doesn't just react to input. It reads frequency, stores information, and adapts dynamically to energetic conditions both within and beyond the body. Start with the basics. The nervous system is traditionally divided into two main parts: the central nervous system, the brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system, everything else branching outward. Within the peripheral system is the autonomic nervous system, the part responsible for regulating things you don't consciously control: heartbeat, digestion, breathing rhythm, hormonal balance. This system has two branches: sympathetic and parasympathetic. The sympathetic branch activates fight or flight. It's the survival mode, responding to threats. The parasympathetic branch restores calm, promotes healing, and supports long-term growth. Both branches operate constantly, balancing each other. But here's where things get quantum. These systems don't just respond to danger in the environment. They respond to perceived danger. And perception isn't determined by logic. It's determined by energy, which means your internal frequency, your thoughts, emotions, and memories can trigger a sympathetic stress response even if there's no threat present. This is why people feel anxious in safe rooms. This is why someone can experience digestive problems from a memory alone. This is why emotional trauma shows up in physical form years later. The nervous system isn't just mechanical. It's energetic, and it responds to the field before it responds to the facts. Let's go deeper. Your vagus nerve, one of the longest nerves in your body, plays a massive role in this quantum responsiveness. It connects your brainstem to your heart, lungs, and digestive organs. It regulates inflammation. It influences emotion. It affects voice tone, facial expression, and your ability to feel safe. But it also does something extraordinary. It senses vibration. It doesn't need words. It doesn't need explanations. It picks up on energetic signals from people, environments, and even your own thoughts, and adjusts your physiology accordingly. So when you're in a room and suddenly feel drained, or energized, or unsettled for no logical reason, that's your vagus nerve picking up subtle cues and shifting your state to adapt. Your body isn't guessing, it's scanning, constantly, instinctively, and the quality of that scan, how accurately your system reads the field, depends on your level of internal coherence. Here's why this matters. Most people live in a state of chronic energetic misalignment. They override their instincts. They ignore emotional signals. They suppress the body's natural impulses to rest, pause, or move. Over time, this dulls the nervous system's sensitivity. The more desensitized the system becomes, the harder it is to detect subtle shifts. You stop trusting your intuition. You miss critical feedback. You misinterpret your environment. But this can be reversed. Your nervous system can be retrained, not only to regulate better, but to sense more accurately. This is the path to becoming quantum sensitive. Quantum sensitivity is not about being overwhelmed or hyperreactive. It's about refining your awareness to such a degree that you respond to energy before it becomes a problem or a missed opportunity. It's when your body knows who to trust before your mind analyzes it. It's when you walk into a space and immediately adjust your energy, not out of defense but alignment. It's when you sense a shift in someone's mood without needing words, and respond with presence, not reactivity. This sensitivity isn't a gift reserved for the intuitive elite. It's your natural state, once the noise is removed and the system becomes coherent again. So how do you refine this system? Step 1 is nervous system regulation. You can't tune into quantum subtleties if your system is locked in survival mode. If your sympathetic branch is dominating, your energy is being burned just to stay alert, to anticipate danger, to manage emotional charge. To reset, you must restore parasympathetic dominance. That means deep, rhythmic breathing, grounded movement, like slow walking, stretching, or gentle yoga, silence and space without stimulation, heart coherence techniques, safe human connection, eye contact, physical presence, gentle tone. These tools signal to your nervous system, you're safe. You can soften. You can listen now. When safety returns, sensitivity sharpens. Your tuning system becomes responsive again. The signal becomes clear. Step 2 is energy hygiene. If you're constantly exposing your nervous system to chaos, digital noise, toxic environments, emotional drama, you dull your sensitivity again. Not because you're weak, but because your system must desensitize just to function. So protect your field. Clean your inputs. Be deliberate with where you place your attention. Be discerning about who you share space with. Don't glorify overstimulation. It's not awareness. It's addiction to distraction. The more you reduce friction, the more space your system has to notice energy, not just react to it. Step 3 is trusting the signal. Once your system becomes sensitive, you'll receive intuitive hits faster than your mind can justify them. You'll feel a yes or no before you know why. And this is the moment where most people get stuck, because the signal doesn't come with proof. But this isn't guesswork. This is direct access to your body's quantum intelligence. The nervous system is ancient. It has evolved to protect you, to align you, to guide you. When trained properly, its cues are more accurate than the most brilliant thought. So the practice becomes simple. Feel the signal, honor it, act on it, repeat. The more you do this, the more magnetic you become. Why? Because a sensitive nervous system picks up patterns before they manifest physically. You course correct earlier. You move with flow. You follow timing without resistance. You enter relationships, projects, and decisions with precision. You stop waiting for evidence. You start living from intelligence. And that intelligence isn't just neurological, it's energetic. You now understand that your nervous system is more than a biological feature. It's an intelligent antenna, a two-way conduit between your body and the field. Train it well and it becomes your superpower. Next, we are going to explore a discovery that collapses the boundary between observer and outcome. You'll learn how your focus, just your attention alone, alters the very reality you're interacting with. Not symbolically, but measurably, and you'll see how to direct that power on purpose. Your nervous system is now tuned. You understand its role not just in physical survival, but in energetic communication. It reads frequency. It regulates coherence. It responds to thought, emotion, light. Now, something even more profound comes into view. Your attention isn't just noticing reality. It's shaping it. In quantum physics, this is known as the observer effect, the principle that the act of observation itself influences the outcome of an event. It isn't speculation. It's one of the most replicated phenomena in scientific research, and it holds a key to self-mastery that most never fully grasp. Let's start with what the observer effect actually means. In experiments with subatomic particles, photons, electrons, and others, scientists found that particles exist in a state of probability until measured. They aren't things in the usual sense. They're waves of potential spread out across space, existing in many possibilities simultaneously. But once observed, those particles collapse into a single state. The wave becomes a point. Probability becomes form. The observer's act of measurement changes what exists. Now here's the deeper implication. The observer isn't just witnessing. They're participating in the outcome. You are the observer in your life. Your attention, your focus, your awareness, it's not passive. It's instructive. Every time you focus on something, an idea, a fear, a goal, a memory, you are collapsing potential into form. You are pulling energy from the quantum field into a particular configuration. This happens internally and externally. Attention shapes your biology. Attention shapes your experience. Attention sculpts time, memory, mood, meaning. Where you place it decides what becomes real. Think about this in practical terms. You wake up and place your attention on stress. The emails you haven't answered, the tension in your neck, the uncertainty of your future. That attention becomes energy. It instructs your nervous system to activate fight or flight. It floods your body with cortisol. It narrows your perception to problems. It magnetizes experiences that match the inner signal. Nothing external may have changed, but your focus dictated the quality of your reality. Now imagine this instead. You wake up and place your attention on clarity, your breath, your heart, your ability to choose. You bring your awareness to what is present and steady. You feel appreciation for something small but true. That attention becomes energy too. But this time it signals safety. It stabilizes your system. It opens perception. It allows intuition to rise. And the field responds accordingly. Same person, same life, different focal point, different reality. Let's go deeper. Your attention carries charge. It isn't neutral. It's energetic. When you focus on something repeatedly, you feed it. You energize it. You reinforce its presence in your field. This is why unresolved emotions linger. Why limiting beliefs stick. Why chronic problems seem to loop endlessly. Because attention was never withdrawn from them, it was unconsciously sustained. Even trying to get rid of something keeps attention locked on it. And the field hears only the frequency, not the intention. So a powerful question to begin asking is, what am I feeding with my attention? What are you giving life to, even without realizing it? What stories are you animating? What thoughts are being energized? What emotions are receiving your repeated focus? This is the foundation of energetic discipline. Here's where it gets even more precise. Focused attention with emotional energy becomes a directive. It instructs not only your biology but the field around you. It becomes a signal that shapes probability into experience. This is why so many practices across traditions emphasize presence. Not because presence is spiritually correct, but because presence is energetically potent. In presence, your attention is concentrated. It's no longer scattered across 1,000 distractions. It's gathered into a coherent signal, and that coherence amplifies the power of the observer. You're no longer watching life happen. You're guiding its configuration. So how do you begin using attention as a tool instead of allowing it to be hijacked by habit? It starts with 3 principles. 1. Awareness of default focus. Begin tracking where your attention goes automatically. When discomfort arises, where does your focus move? When you're bored, where do you seek stimulation? When you feel unsure, what loops replay? Most people don't lack energy, they leak it through unconscious attention. 2. Reclaiming the observer seat. You are not your thoughts. You are the one noticing them. You are not your emotion. You are the one feeling it arise. When you return to the seat of observation without judgment, you create a space between stimulus and response. In that space, your power is restored. From that place, you can redirect the beam of attention, not reactively but with intelligence. 3. Intentional focus practice. Focus isn't just a mental skill, it's an energetic muscle. You train it by choosing a point, your breath, your heart, a word, an image, and returning to it over and over without force. Each time you return, you increase coherence. Each time you return, you rewire your field. Over time, your attention becomes a laser, cuts through noise, penetrates chaos, clarifies direction. And when that laser is aimed at possibility, alignment, truth, it begins collapsing higher-order realities into your experience. There's one more insight to carry forward. The field responds not just to focus, but to the quality of focus. When your attention is rooted in anxiety, urgency, or control, the frequency is jagged. It may produce quick results, but they rarely last. They're born from contraction. But when your attention is rooted in openness, curiosity, presence, the frequency is stable, aligned, resonant. This kind of focus invites the highest probability outcomes. Not because you pushed, but because you aligned. The observer effect is not a trick. It's a constant. You are always influencing your experience by what you watch, by what you sustain, by what you energize. You don't have to control everything. You only need to become intentional with what you're choosing to see. Attention, then, is creation. And now that you understand that clearly, we're ready to look at the next layer. Beliefs, because attention may collapse reality. But belief designs it. Next, we are going to explore how beliefs are not opinions but blueprints. How each belief shapes space, behavior, identity, and biology, and how changing a belief reshapes the entire structure of your lived reality. You've now seen that attention collapses potential into form, that what you focus on repeatedly, emotionally, and with presence doesn't just describe your world, it configures it. But there's a deeper design happening behind the scenes of attention, a hidden architecture that's shaping every decision you make, every emotion you experience, every outcome you encounter. That architecture is belief, not what you say you believe, not what you post or affirm or hope is true, but what your nervous system accepts as fact, what your cells respond to without hesitation, what your field emits as certainty regardless of what your mouth says. Belief is not abstract. It is structural. It forms the scaffolding of your reality. Let's be clear. A belief is not just a thought you think a lot. It's a command you've installed deep enough, often enough, and emotionally enough that it no longer requires conscious input. It becomes automated. It tells your body how to respond. It tells your brain what to filter in and what to ignore. It tells your field what to expect, and therefore what to attract. If thought is frequency, belief is programming. It's the source code, and you're living inside that code every day. Here's how it works. The moment you adopt a belief, especially one linked to emotion, it begins shaping what you notice. Your brain, through a process called confirmation bias, filters the world to match your belief. It suppresses information that doesn't align with it. It amplifies data that supports it. You believe you're unworthy? You'll ignore compliments, downplay success, and focus on criticism. You believe opportunities are scarce? You'll miss signals of abundance, overlook timing, and reinforce lack. You believe you're magnetic, capable, chosen? Your entire perception system shifts to find evidence of it, because it's what the belief instructs your system to do. That's not optimism. That's neuroarchitecture. Beliefs don't just shape perception. They shape posture. Someone who believes they're powerful stands differently, breathes differently, speaks from a different register. Their nervous system settles into expansion. Someone who believes they're powerless contracts, shrinks. They don't need to be told to hold back. They already expect they won't be received. The body is broadcasting the belief before words ever leave the mouth. This is how others feel your energy, even when you say nothing. Beliefs also shape biology. The placebo effect is the most studied and least understood phenomenon in medicine. Why does a sugar pill sometimes heal a condition? Because the belief in healing activates physiological processes that the chemical alone doesn't. The belief changes the signal. The signal shifts the chemistry. The chemistry tells the body what to do. This isn't a rare miracle. It's an everyday function of the belief-body interface. Which means this: your current biology is not just a result of food, genetics, or environment. It's a reflection of your belief system, coded into cells over time. This takes us to an uncomfortable truth. You may not be aware of most of your core beliefs, because they were absorbed before you had language, because they were modeled, not taught, because they were reinforced subtly, emotionally, unconsciously. Beliefs like, my value is tied to my productivity. Love must be earned. It's not safe to shine. Others always leave. If I slow down, I'll fall behind. You didn't reason your way into these. You felt your way into them. And that's why logic alone can't undo them. They're not stored in the intellect. They're stored in the emotional body, the nervous system, the frequency of the field. To shift them, you need more than new information. You need new experience, new emotional states tied to new interpretations of reality. That's the upgrade. So how do you begin changing belief? First, identify the root. Ask, what would someone have to believe for this pattern to feel normal? Not what you say you believe, but what would someone have to assume about themselves, others, or the world for this result to keep repeating? That question leads you to the code behind the appearance. Second, interrupt the evidence loop. Remember, beliefs pull in confirming data. If you want to shift one, you have to starve it of reinforcement. That means not repeating the same emotional story, not telling the same narrative of limitation, not surrounding yourself with people who mirror the belief you're trying to release. Create an evidence drought. Let the loop break. Third, install a new pattern with emotion. This doesn't mean forcing positivity. It means training your system to feel the frequency of the new belief before it's proven true. If the old belief is, I'm always behind, the new belief isn't just, I'm caught up. It's, I move in divine timing. Then you feel it. You breathe with it. You move with it. You build rituals around it. Until your system starts to accept it, not as an affirmation but as a lived truth. Belief only shifts when your nervous system accepts the new signal as safer than the old one. Here's where it becomes exciting. Once a belief is replaced, it doesn't just influence one area of life. It changes everything it touches. Because beliefs are fractal. They show up in money, health, love, confidence, creativity. Change the belief and the entire web reorganizes. People leave. New ones arrive. Synchronicities occur. Patterns break. Biology shifts. You've seen it happen before, when something clicks and the world responds. That click was a belief shift. It wasn't magic. It was coherence. And here's your final takeaway for this moment. Belief isn't about truth. It's about frequency. If a belief opens you, grounds you, energizes you, it's aligned. If a belief shrinks you, isolates you, drains you, it's distortion. Stop asking, is this true? Start asking, does this bring me into coherence? Let that become your metric. Because the beliefs that serve your evolution aren't necessarily the most logical. They're the ones that restore your field to its highest pattern. Next, we are going to shift the conversation from belief to time itself. Because once your internal world is coherent, the way you experience time begins to change. Seconds stretch. Days collapse. Growth accelerates or stalls based on your energetic relationship to time. It's not just a clock. It's a perception. And it can be rewritten. You now understand that time bends not because the clock changes, but because your frequency does. When you are present, coherent, and emotionally aligned, time becomes fluid, expanding or contracting to match your inner state. Now we turn to the core of that state, emotion. Because emotion is not just something you feel, it's something you emit. It's not secondary. It's not accidental. It's not the result of circumstances. It's the primary language of energy. And when you learn to interpret and direct emotional energy, you unlock the deepest source of transformation available to you. Let's begin here. Most people experience emotion as reaction. Something happens, and they feel something about it. Grief, anger, excitement, shame, disappointment, love. They believe the event caused the feeling. But that's not quite accurate. The event is the spark. But the emotional vortex it ignites is shaped by what's already present inside you. Your beliefs, your history, your stored memories, your current level of coherence. Emotion isn't a reflection of the moment. It's a magnifier of your frequency. That means every emotional response is a window into your current energetic pattern. And if you learn how to read that window, you begin to recover a power that was never truly lost, only trapped. Let's go deeper. Emotion is energy in motion. That's not just wordplay. It's literal. When you feel an emotion, there's a measurable physiological and energetic shift. Your heart rate changes. Your breath adjusts. Hormones are released. Biophotons shift. Brainwaves realign. That emotional energy wants to move through the system. It's designed to rise, register, release. But for most people, it doesn't. Why? Because they judge it, suppress it, intellectualize it, or cling to it unconsciously. The emotion gets interrupted mid-transit. And when that happens often enough, the energy of that emotion doesn't leave, it lodges. It becomes trapped in muscle memory, posture, breath habits, thought loops. It becomes stored tension, sometimes pain, sometimes identity, and eventually it becomes unconscious background noise, until it's triggered again. This is why some people overreact to tiny events. They're not reacting to what happened today. They're reactivating everything that was never completed before. You're not broken. You're backed up. But that emotional charge isn't just stuck. It's available. It's energy that's still alive in your system, waiting for integration, not avoidance. Which leads to the shift. Your emotions are not problems. They are portals. Each one carries a unique frequency signature. A message, a momentum, and when fully felt, they become power. So let's explore this clearly. Sadness is not weakness. It's a signal of release, a request for softness, a dissolving of what no longer aligns. Anger is not chaos. It's a fire, a demand for boundary, a force that, when harnessed, becomes focused clarity. Fear is not failure. It's alertness, a flashing beacon saying, you're stepping into unfamiliar territory. When channeled, it becomes precision. Joy is not a reward. It's alignment, a sign you are in frequency with your true self, with the moment, with the field. Every emotion is a coded message. You don't need to control them. You need to listen. Here's the practice most people skip. Emotional fluency. This doesn't mean talking about your feelings. It means feeling them all the way through, without judging, analyzing, numbing, or bypassing. Let the emotion rise. Stay present with it. Let the body process it. Let the nervous system shake, cry, breathe, sweat, tremble, whatever it needs. Then witness the moment it clears. That's the release. That's the moment the emotional vortex completes its cycle. And in its place, energy, insight, stillness, space. Not because you got rid of something, but because you transformed it. Here's what's most important. You do not heal by avoiding emotion. You heal by becoming the container strong enough to let it move. Your job isn't to manage how you feel. Your job is to become the version of yourself that can hold what you feel without losing center. When that happens, the body rewires, the field stabilizes, the stuck energy unlocks, and the power trapped in pain becomes available for creation. This is why emotional repression isn't harmless. It doesn't just limit your mood, it limits your voltage. When energy is tied up in stored grief, unresolved shame, or denied rage, it's unavailable for anything else. You can't focus clearly. You can't sense timing. You can't open to connection or intuition, because your system is busy holding back an unprocessed charge. Release that charge and you don't just feel lighter, you become energetically freer. This is not spiritual poetry. It's field mechanics. Let's get very practical. You don't need to feel every emotion all at once. Start with a simple scan. Where in your life do you feel emotionally flat, overreactive, drained? Then ask, what am I not letting myself fully feel here? Now get quiet. Sit with that answer. Not to fix it, but to witness it. Breathe into the body. Let it speak. Let it move. Let the emotion have its arc. Not for drama, not for performance, but for completion. Do this regularly and your field changes. You become emotionally clear, not because you stopped feeling, but because you stopped interrupting the natural flow. And once emotion flows freely again, something remarkable happens. You start receiving insight from it. Emotion is a language, and when you stop drowning in it or resisting it, you begin to understand what it's telling you. Grief says, you're ready to release what's no longer aligned. Anger says, you've betrayed your boundary. Fear says, growth is calling you beyond the familiar. Shame says, there's an old story still distorting your worth. Joy says, you're home in yourself. These are not just feelings. They are guidance. And when you trust them, they move from reaction to resource. This is emotional sovereignty. You don't avoid how you feel. You don't obey it blindly either. You hold it. You hear it. You integrate the power it carries. And then you act not from wounded emotion but from transmuted energy. That's how emotion becomes a superpower. Next, we are going to apply this directly to one of the most time-distorting, energy-freeing practices available, forgiveness. But not as morality, not as social obligation, as quantum physics. Because once you learn how to collapse emotional history across time, you'll begin rewriting your future, not by force, but by releasing what never needed to be carried forward in the first place. Now that you've witnessed the raw, energetic power of forgiveness, how it collapses the past and opens space in your field, you're ready to engage with something most people try to avoid, suppress, or silence entirely. Fear. Not fear as panic. Not fear as emergency, but fear as energy. Fear as a raw, unprocessed, highly charged frequency that, when misunderstood, locks your system into defense. And when mastered, becomes one of the most potent tools for personal evolution. This is not about getting rid of fear. This is about alchemy. Not the medieval search for gold, but the quantum process of converting a low-frequency state into a high-frequency signal, without bypassing it, minimizing it, or pretending it doesn't exist. Let's start by removing a myth. Fear is not the enemy. It is not the opposite of power. It is not the thing to be conquered. Fear is simply a signal, a highly sensitive, energetic alert that you are nearing the edge of your known experience. It's a message from the nervous system that says, you're about to move into territory where old strategies may not work. Fear appears at the border of transformation. So if you're feeling fear, it doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're getting close to something that matters. Most people misunderstand fear because they confuse the presence of fear with a lack of readiness. But that's incorrect. Fear doesn't mean stop. It means pay attention. The problem isn't fear itself. The problem is what you do with fear. And in most cases, people do one of two things. They suppress it, burying the energy beneath false confidence, busyness, or distraction. or they collapse under it, believing the fear is evidence that they're not capable, not safe, or not worthy. Both responses waste energy. One drains you, the other paralyzes you. But there's a third path: alchemical engagement. You feel the fear, you let it move, you extract the frequency, and you redirect it into forward motion. That's not coping, that's conversion. Let's break it down. Step 1. Name it clearly. Fear gains power in vagueness. I feel off, or I don't know what's wrong, keeps it unexamined. But when you name it, I'm afraid I'll be rejected. I'm afraid of wasting time. I'm afraid of being seen and judged. You make it specific, and specificity grounds energy. Now your system can orient itself. You've created a container around the frequency. Step 2. Locate it physically. Fear is not just a thought. It's stored in the body. Where does it live in you? Is it a tightness in the chest? A vibration in the stomach? A buzzing in your limbs? A tension in the jaw or neck? Find it. Breathe into it. Stay with the sensation, not the story. Because the body doesn't lie. It processes truth faster than the mind can justify. Step 3. Let it move. This is where most freeze. They try to mentally override the fear, or avoid feeling it altogether. But energy must move. So allow the movement. Breathe deeper. Shake the limbs. Cry. Tremble. Speak. Sound. Move your body in a way that expresses the tension. Not to dramatize, but to alchemize. This is what ancient initiates knew. Emotion in motion becomes transformation. Step 4. Ask the fear what it's guarding. Every fear is protecting something. A dream, a vision, a deeper truth, a version of you that doesn't yet feel safe to emerge. Fear isn't trying to block you. It's trying to protect the part of you that hasn't updated yet. When you ask, what are you here to protect? You often uncover the most valuable information of all. The insight that fear guards is the frequency you're meant to integrate. Step 5. Reassign the energy. This is the moment of alchemy. You now hold a charge that was once stuck. But instead of pushing it away, you're going to redirect it. Into action. Into communication. Into creativity. Into presence. You say, I choose to let this energy fuel me, not freeze me. You assign the frequency a new job, and the system obeys. This process rewires your relationship to fear permanently. You no longer see it as a problem to solve. You see it as potential to claim. You stop resisting the edge. You meet it, and what once felt like a barrier becomes a threshold. Fear doesn't go away, but it no longer runs the show. It becomes an ally. It sharpens your awareness. It signals importance. Keeps you honest about your expansion. And here's what's even more powerful. When you transmute fear regularly, your baseline vibration rises. Why? Because fear, when unprocessed, lowers your frequency, contracts your field, fogs your intuition. But fear, when moved and integrated, releases power. That release sends a signal. I am safe in my expansion. I am capable of holding intensity. I am available for transformation, and the field responds in kind. Here's a practice to use anytime fear arises. Pause. Don't react immediately. Name the fear without judgment. Feel it in the body. Move it gently, honestly. Listen to the message beneath it. Redirect the energy into aligned action. You'll find that what once triggered panic now becomes a surge of clarity. This is mastery, not because you eliminated fear, but because you repurposed it. Next, we are going to take all of this emotional clarity, the release, the reprogramming, the alchemical confidence, and begin embedding it into repeatable action. Because coherent energy becomes transformation when it's ritualized. And we're about to explore how small, deliberate, quantum-informed habits begin reshaping your reality, starting with your field. You've now accessed a core truth. Fear doesn't need to be silenced. It needs to be transformed. When acknowledged, felt, and redirected, fear becomes raw potential, pure energy waiting for intelligent expression. But transformation isn't complete when energy moves once. It completes when the new energy becomes your norm. That's where habits come in. Not the kind built on force or repetition alone. Not productivity hacks or empty routines. We're talking about quantum habits, daily rituals that encode a coherent signal into your field and anchor your upgraded frequency into form. Because here's the truth. Your field doesn't care what you intend occasionally. It cares what you broadcast consistently. And every habit you practice is a broadcast. Let's get clear about what a habit is. At the quantum level, a habit is not just a repeated action. It's a repeated frequency. Every time you perform an act, you're not just moving your body. You're reinforcing a belief, a self-perception, a signal to the field that says, "This is who I am. This is the frequency I choose to stabilize." So habits aren't just behavioral loops. They're energetic declarations. And over time, those declarations accumulate. They create a magnetic field around you, a signal that attracts, repels, organizes, and locks in a version of reality that matches your baseline. This means your habits are not just shaping your life. They are shaping your identity in the field. Now, most people build habits the hard way. They use force, discipline, guilt. They think, if I just push hard enough, I'll become someone new. But that approach builds resistance into the signal. It creates a pattern of struggle that gets encoded in the action itself. Even if the behavior sticks, the frequency is distorted. And distorted frequencies create unstable outcomes. Quantum habits work differently. They begin not with what you do, but who you are becoming. They are identity-driven, field-driven, frequency-aligned, and once installed, they create exponential momentum. So how do you build a quantum habit? Start here. 1. Choose the frequency, not the task. Most people pick behaviors based on outcomes. I want to lose weight. I want more income. I want better focus. But skip that for now. Instead, ask, what frequency do I want to live in daily? Vitality, clarity, expansion, peace, power? Then ask, what small act reinforces this frequency every day? If the answer is vitality, your habit might be a 10-minute stretch in sunlight. If it's clarity, it might be 3 minutes of conscious breath before checking your phone. If it's peace, it might be music, silence, or a walk without your device. The task is secondary. The frequency is the anchor. 2. Ritualize presence. A habit without presence is a pattern. A habit with presence becomes a portal. When you bring your full attention to a habit, even briefly, the signal gets amplified. It becomes conscious, intentional, magnetic. That's what makes it quantum. It's not just that you meditate every morning. It's that you mean it. Your whole body is participating. Your awareness is in the breath, in the posture, in the emotion you're choosing to embody. Presence upgrades action into field alignment. Even 30 seconds done this way is more powerful than 30 minutes done unconsciously. 3. Lock it in with feeling. Every action emits a frequency, but that frequency is amplified when paired with emotion. This is why elevated states, gratitude, love, peace, wonder, are so transformative. When you perform a habit and actively feel the state you want to live in, you begin teaching the body to expect that state. You're not reacting to life anymore. You're programming your baseline, and that new baseline is what the field responds to. 4. Design habits that end identity loops. Habits aren't just for doing new things. They're for interrupting old patterns. Ask yourself, what do I do on autopilot that keeps me locked in the past version of me? Scrolling, complaining, staying in bed past what feels energizing, saying yes when you mean no, being too busy to breathe. Now design one small, deliberate action that disrupts that pattern. Could be standing tall with your feet on the ground for 60 seconds when you wake up. Could be drinking water with presence. It could be smiling into the mirror and holding eye contact with yourself. Tiny? Yes, but energetically precise. This is how you send the field a clear message. I'm no longer running that loop. I am updating my signal. And when the signal changes, the feedback from life begins to shift. 5. Keep it simple but sacred. One of the biggest mistakes in habit formation is overcomplexity. More apps, more tracking, more rules. But quantum habits don't work through volume. They work through resonance. One habit, done consistently with clarity and feeling, creates more momentum than 10 habits done mechanically. So choose 1 to 3 rituals that truly align with your future self. Anchor them to a specific time, space, or trigger, and treat them like sacred appointments with your field, because that's what they are. Let's take an example. Let's say you're cultivating the frequency of abundance. A quantum habit might look like this. Each morning, before you move, you place a hand over your heart. You speak out loud. I am connected to infinite supply. My body, my breath, my life. This is wealth. I am the field. You feel it. You breathe into it. You smile. You hold that frequency for just 90 seconds. Done. No long journaling. No spreadsheets. Just signal. That act becomes a beacon. And with repetition, your entire identity begins shifting to match it. This is the essence of quantum self-mastery. You stop chasing results. You start stabilizing frequency. And frequency becomes magnetic. People feel it. Ideas align. Opportunities unfold. Not because you force them, but because your field is now tuned to receive what matches your upgraded signal. Habits aren't just things you do. They are frequencies you rehearse. And over time, they become who you are. Next, we are going to anchor these habits into a deeper kind of awareness, not just mental or emotional, but embodied. Because unless your awareness moves from concept to body, transformation stays abstract. And what comes next will show you exactly how to turn presence into personal power by learning to root consciousness deep into your physical form. You now understand that habits are not just about repetition, they're about frequency. That a ritual, when infused with clarity and feeling, becomes a signal to the quantum field. Not a demand, a declaration. But there's one critical step that takes these signals from idea to integration. That step is embodiment. Because until your awareness moves from the abstract into the physical, until it settles fully into your body, you're not aligned. You're conceptual. Thought without embodiment is weak. Belief without embodiment is brittle. Presence without embodiment is fleeting. Embodiment is where the power lives. It's the difference between knowing the path and walking it in your bones. Let's start with this. Your body is not separate from your consciousness. It is the anchor of your signal. It's the physical translator of your energetic state. And in a field-based reality, where frequency governs attraction, your body is not just reacting to your inner world, it's broadcasting it. So if your mind is thinking abundance, but your body is clenched in lack. If your thoughts declare confidence, but your shoulders slump and your breath is shallow, the field isn't receiving your words. It's receiving your posture. Your shape speaks before you do. Your presence emits before you act. And that's why embodiment is not optional in transformation. It's the access point. So what is embodied awareness? It's the practice of keeping your consciousness in the body, moment to moment. It's not zoning out. It's not just breathing deep once and moving on. It's training your awareness to stay rooted in sensation, to remain alert to tension, to feel where your weight rests, to notice the temperature of the air on your skin, the rhythm of your breath, the movement of your spine when you speak. It's a full-body relationship with the now. This doesn't mean living in your head. It means recentering in the truth of your somatic experience, because that's where coherence starts. Embodied awareness rewires your default state. Why? Because presence changes behavior automatically. When you're embodied, you don't need to micromanage your words, your confidence, your timing. You feel when to speak. You sense when to pause. You know when to act. The mind becomes a servant to the body's wisdom, not a tyrant trying to control every outcome. That shift alone can change everything. Let's explore why embodiment creates such dramatic shifts in your field. First, it disrupts identity loops. Old patterns rely on disconnection. They run on autopilot in the background. When you bring full awareness into the body, those loops get interrupted. You begin to feel the tension before the reaction. You notice the posture of defensiveness before the words come out. You catch the breath holding before the thought of unworthiness surfaces. And in that moment of awareness, you now have choice. That's power. Second, embodiment grounds intention. It's one thing to say, I am powerful. It's another to stand as power. Try this now. Say the word power while slouched, breath held, jaw tight. Now say power again with your spine upright, shoulders open, breath steady, feet grounded. Feel the difference? That's not semantics. That's signal. When the body aligns with the intention enters the field as truth. It's not just something you think. It's something others feel. Third, embodied awareness gives you access to intuition. The mind guesses. The body knows. But only if you're listening. Your gut tightens before danger. Your chest opens in the presence of truth. Your skin chills when energy aligns. Your breath shortens when something's off. These are not random sensations. They're signals. And when you're embodied, you catch them early, before the story, before the explanation. You don't need all the data. You feel the resonance. That's inner alignment at work. Let's talk about how to train embodied awareness daily. Because this isn't about adding more tasks. It's about how you exist in what you're already doing. Start simple. 1. Micro check-ins. Throughout the day, pause for 15 seconds. Drop awareness into your body. Ask, where am I holding tension? Where is my breath? What am I actually feeling right now? You're not trying to fix anything. You're just arriving. 2. Anchor awareness in movement. When walking, feel the contact of your feet with the ground. When standing, feel your spine lengthen. When typing, notice your shoulders, wrists, jaw. This turns routine acts into rituals of presence. 3. Speak from the body. Before you respond to someone, especially in important conversations, feel your feet. Soften your chest. Let the breath drop. Then speak. This changes not just what you say, but how it lands. You don't need hours of practice. You need consistency of contact. Every time you return to the body, you're sending this message into the field. I am present. I am coherent. I am safe. That signal unlocks energy. It attracts resonance. It stabilizes transformation. And over time, it becomes your default. Not someone who practices embodiment. Someone who lives it. Here's the truth. You can read every book. Listen to every teacher. Visualize every outcome. But if you don't bring your awareness into your body, if you don't feel the state you say you believe in, if your transformation stays in the head, you'll stay stuck in concept, and concept doesn't shift the field. But the body, fully awake, alert, relaxed, and alive, is magnetic, because the field doesn't respond to your thoughts. It responds to your state, and embodiment is how you command that state, moment to moment. Next, we are going to explore a hidden system within you, one that acts as your energetic antenna. It's not in your brain. It's not in your chest. It's in your gut. You'll learn how this deeply intuitive network is constantly reading the field and shaping your response to it, and how to tune it for clearer perception, faster alignment, and powerful inner guidance. Now that you're learning how to root presence deeply into your body, feeling energy as it moves, speaking from your center, aligning thought with physical truth, it's time to activate one of the most overlooked systems of quantum mastery, your gut, not just as a digestive organ, but as a sensitive, highly intelligent receiver of field information, a biological antenna, an energetic compass, and a hidden interface between your nervous system and the quantum realm. Most people think of intuition as a mystical force, or something located in the head. But real-time intuition, the kind that guides timing, reads people, steers decisions, is processed here in the enteric nervous system, your gut. And when it's coherent, clean, and integrated with your awareness, it becomes one of the clearest instruments for navigating your path. Let's be precise. You have more than one brain. The first, of course, is the one in your skull, fast, analytical, good at problem solving. The second is your heart brain, which we'll explore further soon. It processes emotional and energetic coherence. But your third brain, the enteric system, is located in the lining of your gastrointestinal tract. It contains over 100 million neurons. It produces more than 90% of your serotonin. It constantly sends signals to the brain in your head, especially about safety, truth, and alignment. And it's fast. It picks up on energetic shifts before you can name them. It feels people's intentions before they speak. It tightens in warning or softens in welcome, long before the logic kicks in. This is not just intuition. It's data, somatic data, electromagnetic data, biochemical data. Your gut is tuned to the field. Let's connect the dots. When your gut is out of sync, due to diet, stress, emotional suppression, trauma, or overthinking, your perception gets distorted. You become hypervigilant. Or numb. You feel disconnected from instinct. You second-guess what you know in your body. This disconnection doesn't just cause discomfort, it disrupts your ability to align with the quantum field. Because your gut isn't just managing digestion. It's managing your signal. And if that signal is scrambled, your choices, timing, and relationships begin to scramble too. Let's go deeper. Every thought you think creates a cascade, neurotransmitters, hormones, electrical signals. But your gut doesn't just respond to those signals. It amplifies them. Think anxious thoughts for a few minutes? Your stomach tightens. Digestion slows. Bloating, inflammation, and energy stagnation begin. Now think calming, expansive thoughts. Your gut relaxes. Blood flow improves. You feel lighter, clearer, more connected. This loop isn't symbolic. It's literal, which means your energetic baseline is deeply influenced by the coherence or chaos of your gut field. And that's why tuning this antenna is a non-negotiable part of self-mastery. So how do you tune it? Let's start with presence. 1. Daily gut awareness. Place one hand on your abdomen. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Feel. Is there tension? Numbness? Warmth? Pain? Now speak to it, not with language but with breath. With attention. With permission. Let it soften. Let it open. This alone starts rewiring the communication between your conscious mind and your gut brain. 2. Eat as ritual, not reflex. You already know food affects the gut. But energetically, it's not just what you eat, it's how you eat. Are you rushing, scrolling, thinking 10 steps ahead? That energy becomes part of the digestive process. When you eat with presence, grateful, grounded, slow, you signal safety. And safety allows for absorption, alignment, and clear signal transmission. This isn't about perfection. It's about frequency. Your gut reads your environment through your awareness. 3. Track gut-based intuition. Start asking, what does my gut say? Before making a choice, before a conversation, before saying yes or no, pause. Drop attention into the belly. Feel. Don't ask for sentences. Ask for sensation. Is there openness? Tightness? A pull forward? A contraction? That is guidance. It may not feel loud at first. That's okay. The more you listen, the louder it becomes. 4. Clear stuck energy. Your gut is an emotional vault. So when things feel stuck, heavy, or confused, move. Twisting stretches, breath work, gentle compression. Even humming can shift the vibration. Sound, breath, and movement are the fastest ways to restore flow in the enteric system. This is not gut health. This is gut intelligence. You're awakening an internal compass, one that can feel timelines, sense resonance, and tune to people before the mind can catch up. Let's talk about alignment. When your gut is coherent, you don't chase clarity. You feel it. Decisions feel obvious, not because they're easy, but because they're aligned. You stop looking outward for confirmation. You trust the signal in your own body. This is embodiment in motion. And in the quantum field, it's gold. Why? Because aligned guts emit strong signals. They're energetically stable. They're magnetic. They create clear feedback loops with the field. Your gut tells the field, this is the frequency I trust. And the field begins reflecting it back. You've likely had moments where you knew something was off. You walked into a room and felt it. You met someone and sensed something hidden. You hesitated and the moment passed. That wasn't guesswork. That was your gut reading the field before thought. The mistake is in ignoring it. The mastery is in listening, responding, and acting. That's the shift. This chapter isn't about food, supplements, or gut trends. It's about energetic alignment through the biological antenna you were born with. It's about reclaiming a relationship with the system that once kept you connected, attuned, and intuitive. The gut doesn't need you to control it. It needs your respect, your awareness, your willingness to feel. And when you give it that, you unlock a level of internal guidance that bypasses mental noise completely. Next, we're going to expand this internal tuning even further, using one of the most ancient, potent, and accessible tools you already possess, your breath. You'll discover how breath, when used consciously, becomes a portal not just to calm, but to altered states of awareness, nonlinear insight, and direct connection with the field itself. Your gut is now no longer a mystery. It's a tuned antenna, feeding you constant information from the field, bypassing noise and decoding energy directly. You've begun listening to the body not as a machine, but as a communicator of truth. Now it's time to unlock your fastest access point to altered consciousness, to presence, to clarity, to reset. Your breath, not as survival, not as automatic reflex, but as a portal. Your breath is the bridge between the unconscious and conscious. It is the only system in your body that's both autonomous and voluntary, which makes it a perfect lever for shifting states. And when you learn to use it with precision, it doesn't just regulate your mood. It unlocks non-ordinary states of awareness that bypass the limits of logic and time, opening direct access to the quantum field. Let's begin by confronting how most people breathe. The answer? Poorly, shallow, tense, chest-based, often unconscious. When breath is short, life feels compressed. When breath is rapid, thought becomes chaotic. When breath is restricted, energy stalls. But when breath is conscious, everything opens, because breath is not just air. The signal. It tells your nervous system whether you're safe. It tells your field what state you're in. It tells your brain whether to survive or to expand. And the breath obeys attention faster than thought ever can. Here's what few realize. Every breath is a broadcast. When you inhale, you invite energy in. When you exhale, you signal what to release. When your breath is deep, slow, and full, you are not just oxygenating your body, you're recalibrating your frequency. This is why ancient wisdom traditions centered the breath in nearly every practice. Because they knew breath is the carrier wave of consciousness. It doesn't just support awareness, it shapes it. Let's look at what the breath can access. When used with intention, breath becomes a tool to shift from sympathetic to parasympathetic states, from stress to calm. Alter brainwave patterns from beta to alpha, theta, even delta. Release trapped emotions stored in tissue. Expand perception of time. Generate psychedelic-level insights naturally, legally, and safely. You don't need substances. You need air, focus, willingness. The rest is built into your biology. Let's begin with regulation. Your breath is your direct access to your vagus nerve, an essential regulator of nervous system balance. When your exhale is longer than your inhale, you activate the parasympathetic system. That means calm, clarity, grounding. Try it now. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 6. Repeat for 3 rounds. Your chemistry is already changing. This isn't a technique. It's a reset. You've just altered your state without touching your thoughts. But the breath doesn't stop at calm. It also accesses depth. Conscious connected breath, also called circular breath or holotropic breath, disengages default mode patterns in the brain. That's the loop that keeps you bound to identity. When that loop quiets, the inner field becomes visible. Memories surface. Unfelt emotions rise. Downloads arrive. Visuals, clarity, even moments of timelessness can occur. Not from forcing, from opening. This is what people call a non-ordinary state. Not because it's strange, but because it's beyond the linear mind. And breath is the entry point. Use this with intention. Ask before you begin, what am I ready to feel? What am I ready to release? What frequency am I available for? Then breathe. No thinking, no trying, no fixing. Just follow the breath. Let it do what your mind can't. Let it open what your logic blocks. Let it carry you into alignment, not as theory but as direct experience. Here's a simple practice to explore: the power cycle. For energy, clarity, and coherence. Inhale through the nose, count of 4. Hold at the top, count of 4. Exhale slowly through the mouth, count of 6. Hold at the bottom, count of 2. Repeat 5 to 10 rounds. This brings you into center. Steadies the mind. It expands the field. Do it before speaking, before creating, before choosing. You'll notice you move from reacting to responding. That's field alignment in action. Now let's look at breath as emotional alchemy. You've already seen that breath is movement. So when an emotion is stuck, breath is your ally. Anger, grief, shame, even joy if it feels overwhelming. Let it rise. Don't name it. Don't narrate it. Just breathe through it. Amplify the breath slightly. Add sound if needed. Move if your body wants to. And soon the charge transforms. Emotion becomes motion. Tension becomes release. Energy becomes usable again. You didn't solve anything. You completed it. That's the difference. What does this mean at a quantum level? It means your breath isn't neutral. It's data. It's signal. It's medicine. When done with presence, it tells the field, I am coherent. I am awake. I am open. And the field responds. Not with instant miracles, but with alignment, with synchronicities, with insight, with momentum, because now you're not thinking about coherence. You're breathing it, and breath carries truth more honestly than words ever can. You already have the technology. It was never missing. It was just unconscious. But now, you've remembered it. You've activated it. You've made breath sacred again. And from here forward, every inhale can be a reminder. You are here. You are clear. You are connected to the field. Next, we are going to stabilize the state you've now touched by bringing your heart, your brain, and your field into a singular rhythm, because breath may open the door. But coherence is what makes that state sustainable and unlocks the kind of clarity, magnetism, and ease most people only glimpse in rare moments. You now understand breath not as a background function, but as a conscious tool, a rhythm that moves energy, unlocks emotion, and shifts reality. You've accessed non-ordinary awareness not by escaping your body, but by entering it fully. So the next step is not more stimulation, more techniques, or more speed. The next step is stability, because peak states mean nothing if you can't return to them. Insights fade if your system can't hold them, and coherence is what gives you that holding power. It's the foundation of quantum mastery, the state where your heart, brain, and energy fields synchronize, allowing you to operate from your highest intelligence in any moment. This is where your power becomes steady, where your signal becomes magnetic, where your transformation becomes sustainable. So let's define it clearly. Coherence is not just calm. It's not just focus. It's not just being in the zone. Coherence is when your internal systems, emotional, neurological, and electromagnetic, enter rhythm. Your heart beats in a smooth, consistent pattern. Your brainwaves align with that pattern. Your breath supports it, and your energy field expands to match. The result? Flow, intuition, resilience, magnetism. Your actions begin to match your intentions. Your thoughts begin to align with truth. Your presence begins to change the room, and all of it begins inside. Here's the quantum reality. Your heart emits the largest electromagnetic field in your body. And when that field is chaotic, due to stress, doubt, fear, fragmentation, it scrambles your signal. It sends mixed messages to your brain, your gut, and to the quantum field around you. But when your heart rhythm becomes coherent, it acts like a tuning fork. It brings the brain into harmony. It calms the nervous system. It stabilizes your entire energetic architecture. And most importantly, it broadcasts clarity into the field. That clarity creates resonance. And resonance creates alignment. Let's go deeper. Most people operate in incoherence not because they're failing, but because they're unaware. They wake up and immediately stimulate the mind phones, to-do lists, external input. They stay in the head. Their hearts are left unacknowledged. Their bodies are ignored. This separation creates noise. That noise leads to scattered thought, anxious decisions, reactive emotions. And even when they visualize, affirm, or intend, they're doing it from a fragmented state. The field hears not the words, but the confusion. That's why intention sometimes doesn't work, because the signal wasn't clean. But coherence shifts that entirely. When you're coherent, your intention is felt by the body. It becomes a full system broadcast. Your nervous system says yes. Your brain says yes. Your heart says yes. Your energy field echoes it back with yes. Now you're not hoping. You're resonating. And resonance is what magnetizes. Not luck. Not hustle. Not obsession. Resonance. So how do you enter coherence? It's surprisingly simple and extraordinarily powerful. Here's a core method, the Heart Coherence Protocol. Use this for just 3 to 5 minutes a day or before any key moment. Heart focus. Gently place attention in the center of your chest. You can place your hand there to help. Heart breathing. Slow your breath. Inhale for about 5 seconds. Exhale for 5 seconds. Imagine the breath flowing in and out of your heart area. Heart feeling. Now recall a moment that brings genuine appreciation, gratitude, or care. Don't force it. Feel it. Let it be real. As you do this, something extraordinary happens. Your heart rhythm smooths. Your brain begins to entrain to that rhythm. Your electromagnetic field expands and strengthens. You are now in coherence. You are now broadcasting truth. Let's be clear. This is not a nice practice. This is bioelectric restructuring. This is quantum field signaling. This is frequency stabilization. And it's repeatable. Use it during stress. It resets you. Use it before speaking. You transmit more than words. Use it daily. Your baseline shifts. And from that shift, everything changes. Coherence also impacts how you perceive time. In incoherence, time feels scattered, rushed, slipping away. In coherence, time feels spacious, intentional, aligned. That's not imagination. That's your brain shifting from beta to alpha, where presence replaces panic. So coherence is not just for performance. It's for peace. It's for clarity. It's for remembering who you actually are before the mind fractured it. Let's talk about decision-making. When you decide from incoherence, you are choosing from distortion. You may be protecting wounds, acting from fear, chasing validation, avoiding discomfort. But when you enter coherence, your decisions change. Not because the logic changes, but because your signal changes. You feel what's true, not just what's safe. You choose from clarity, not reaction. This is how leaders lead. This is how healers heal. This is how creators create from depth, not desperation. You don't need hours. You need a new baseline, a new center of gravity. And coherence gives you that. Because when your center is stable, the chaos around you loses its grip. You stop matching the noise. You start broadcasting stillness. And the field responds. Not because you forced it, because you matched it. Every quantum shift begins with one signal. I am aligned. Not just mentally, not just emotionally, energetically. And coherence is the gateway to that alignment. Train it, return to it, live from it, and your life becomes the evidence of the field responding to a stabilized signal. Next, we are going to explore what begins to happen around you once you stabilize coherence. How life itself starts to organize in your favor. You'll see why events, opportunities, and people begin showing up not by chance, but by resonance. And you'll understand the mysterious and magical pattern we call synchronicity, not as accident, but as the quantum feedback loop of alignment in action. You've now experienced coherence not as a concept, but as a measurable, feelable state. Your heart, mind, breath, and field have begun operating as one. That state doesn't just change how you feel internally. It starts shaping how reality responds externally. This is where things get interesting, because once your signal stabilizes, the world around you doesn't stay random. You begin to notice it. Perfect timing, right place, right moment, messages, signs, opportunities that seem designed just for you. Some call it luck. Some call it guidance. Some call it coincidence. But there's a more accurate word: synchronicity. And it's not magic. It's the quantum feedback loop of alignment made visible. Let's get clear. Synchronicity is not just something strange happening. It's not superstition. It's pattern recognition within the field, confirmation that your internal coherence is being echoed back in your external experience. In other words, when your frequency is stable, when your heart and mind are aligned, when your breath is steady and your signal is clear, life begins to organize around that clarity. You don't force. You don't chase. You attract through resonance. You receive through readiness. Here's the quantum explanation. Every emotion, thought, and intention emits a frequency. When that frequency is scattered, the field responds with scattered outcomes. But when it becomes coherent, consistent, and emotionally charged with clarity, that frequency becomes magnetic. That signal pulls experiences, people, and patterns into your awareness, not randomly, but as a response to the frequency you've stabilized. The result? Synchronicity, not as something to chase, but as evidence that you're in tune with your field. Most people miss synchronicity not because it's not happening, but because they're not coherent enough to notice it. They're stuck in survival mode. They're locked in mind loops. They're too busy scanning for danger to recognize alignment. But when you slow down, when you become present, coherent, grounded in your body and tuned to your gut, you start noticing the whispers. That billboard that says exactly what you were just thinking. That person who messages you the moment you make a decision. That job, client, or solution that seems to arrive out of nowhere, but at precisely the right time. This isn't coincidence. It's congruence. So how do you cultivate a life that's rich with synchronicity? You don't need to manifest harder. You need to become a match for what you say you desire. That means clear signal, emotional coherence, physical alignment, receptivity. Receptivity means you're open, not grasping, not obsessing, not trying to control the how. You're signaling yes, but you're also watching. You're letting the field surprise you. Synchronicity loves movement. It meets you when you act, not when you overthink. Take the aligned step. Make the phone call. Say yes to the event. Go where your gut nudges. Because the path is rarely revealed all at once. But one right move creates a ripple. And that ripple returns as a sign. So don't wait for perfect clarity before moving. Move with intention. Watch the response. Refine your signal. Repeat. That's how alignment becomes momentum. Let's address something vital. Synchronicity isn't always comfortable. It doesn't always bring easy wins or glowing signs. Sometimes, synchronicity appears as endings, as redirections, as sharp clarity that a path no longer serves. That too is alignment. It's the field saying, you're ready for more truth. You've outgrown this frequency. So don't cling to comfort. Cling to coherence. That's your compass, not emotion, not logic, coherence. When you stay loyal to that signal, synchronicity doesn't stop. It becomes your rhythm. Here's a powerful daily practice. The synchronicity signal. Each morning, speak directly to your field. I am coherent. I am clear. I am open. I expect alignment. I am available for signs. Then go about your day with attention. Track what flows, what gets blocked, what repeats. Patterns are the field speaking in code. When you listen, your choices become smarter. Your energy becomes more efficient. Your results accelerate, not because you're pushing harder, but because you're in tune. Synchronicity is a skill, and like any skill, it sharpens with attention. The more you acknowledge it, the more it amplifies. Not because you're controlling it, but because you're affirming the signal. The field responds to feedback. You say thank you to a synchronicity, the signal gets stronger. That moment of awareness sends a pulse back into the quantum web. I see it. I'm listening. I'm available. And the web responds. Let's go even deeper. Synchronicity isn't just about you. It's about your role in the field. Because when you're in sync, your life becomes an example. Your presence becomes a catalyst. You say something, and it lands with someone who was just about to give up. You post a message, and it reaches someone on the edge of breakthrough. You make a move, and a whole chain of aligned events begins for others. Synchronicity is contagious. It's not just feedback. It's ripple effect. And the more coherent you are, the more impactful that ripple becomes. You may have thought you needed to control your life. What you needed was to tune your frequency. Because a tuned frequency becomes a magnet. A tuned field becomes a signal. And a tuned signal begins to bend reality, not with force but with precision. This is not a philosophy. It's a practice. Synchronicity is the universe nodding back at you, saying, yes, you're aligned. Keep going. Next, we are going to explore how this same quantum logic applies not just to your environment, but to your relationships. You'll discover how connection isn't random, and how your field entangles with those around you, offering the opportunity for powerful upliftment or necessary release. Now that synchronicity has become something you don't just believe in, but recognize and experience, you're ready to explore a truth even more intimate. Your field doesn't exist in isolation. It is constantly interacting with the fields of others. Every person you meet, speak to, live with, think about, even briefly, is either amplifying or distorting your signal. And whether you're aware of it or not, your energy fields become entangled. This isn't poetry. It's quantum principle. And once you understand how energetic entanglement works, you no longer fall into unhealthy dynamics unconsciously. You begin to choose your connections with clarity and cultivate relationships that fuel evolution, not drain it. Let's get clear on what entanglement means. In quantum physics, entanglement describes two particles that, once connected, remain linked across space and time. What happens to one immediately influences the other, even if they're separated by galaxies. Now scale that to human interaction. When you form a strong emotional bond, through love, trust, trauma, intimacy, or intense shared experience, your energetic field weaves with another's. And unless that bond is consciously updated or released, the connection persists. This explains why you can think of someone and they suddenly message you. Why one person's emotion can affect a whole room. Why certain people leave you feeling charged and others depleted. That's not imaginary. That's entangled energy. So let's go deeper. Not all entanglement is beneficial. There's conscious entanglement which feels supportive, clear, expanding. And there's unconscious entanglement which feels confusing, sticky, draining. The difference? One is chosen, aligned, and updated. The other is default, distorted, and unexamined. When you're unaware of entanglement, you absorb energy that isn't yours. You carry emotional loops that don't belong to you. You make decisions through filters you didn't create. That's not spiritual. That's energetically expensive. And it's time to stop paying that cost. So how do you become aware of entanglement? Start by feeling the shift in your own field. Ask yourself, do I feel lighter or heavier after being with this person? Do I feel more myself or more confused? Do I lose presence when I'm around them or gain it? Do I carry their emotions after they leave? You don't need to make them wrong. You just need to track the data. Your body will always tell the truth. Your field will always reflect the shift. Next, release what isn't yours. You may have entanglements with ex-partners, old friendships, past versions of family, teachers, communities, even identities. These are invisible cords, threads of connection that keep looping energy, memory, expectation. And if you're not intentional, those cords stay live, distorting your signal even as you evolve. So here's the truth. You are allowed to cut cords, not with malice, with clarity, not out of judgment, out of self-respect. When you feel the connection is no longer aligned, it is not cruel to release it. It is quantum hygiene. Use this simple presence-based practice, the energetic reset. Sit or stand with your spine aligned. Breathe deeply and bring someone to mind. Ask silently, is this connection energizing me or draining me? If draining, imagine gently unplugging your field from theirs. Speak aloud, I return your energy with respect. I reclaim mine with peace. This isn't just mental. You'll feel the shift. Your breath changes. Your heart opens. Your field re-expands. That's the release of entanglement. Now let's talk about healthy entanglement. It's possible to consciously intertwine fields. That's what intimacy, partnership, collaboration, and sacred friendship are meant to be: mutual amplification. When you're in healthy, energetic connection, you grow faster. You speak truth with ease. You feel seen without performance. You hold space for evolution, not control. The fields sync. The resonance lifts both. And the relationship becomes a frequency accelerator. That's not fantasy. That's what coherence in connection looks like. And you can create it once you're coherent on your own. Which brings us to this. The quality of your relationships reflects the coherence of your field. If you're constantly in drama, confusion, or emotional chaos with others, check your own signal. Are you living from clarity or from unmet wounds? Are you aware of your emotional frequency or reacting unconsciously? Are you allowing others to violate your energetic boundary in the name of compassion? This is not blame. It's responsibility. You can't control other people's frequency, but you can absolutely curate what you stay entangled with. That curation is self-mastery. Let's add something powerful. Your field is not just a filter. It's also a transmitter, which means you're not just absorbing other people's energy. You're also impacting theirs. And when your signal is coherent, compassionate, grounded, you become a stabilizing force for others. People calm in your presence. They gain clarity around you. They feel safe not because of what you say, but because of what you broadcast. That's influence, not dominance, not persuasion, just radiant presence. The more you live in coherence, the more you'll notice something fascinating. Some people begin to align with you naturally. Others fall away without effort. You don't have to argue, explain, or chase. You've shifted frequencies, and your field is now sorting itself. That's not loss. That's resonance doing its job. And the more you trust it, the more aligned connections flow to you with ease, not force. Entanglement is not a problem. It's a law. And like any law, it works better when understood and applied consciously. You are not a lone signal bouncing through empty space. You are part of a network of energetic threads, some ancient, some emerging. And when you learn how to feel them, clean them, nurture them, or release them, you no longer get pulled by the noise of unconscious bonds. You start creating relationships that reflect your truth. And your field becomes a sanctuary where only clarity is welcome. Next, we are going to expand even further into the collective field of humanity itself. Because once you've tuned your personal signal and refined your connections, you begin to feel something bigger, that you're not just influencing your own world. You're part of a human web pulsing with shared energy, shared insight, and shared evolution. You've felt the shifts in your own field. You've cleared the drain of entanglements and begun shaping relationships with energetic precision. But once your personal signal is coherent, something profound begins to happen. You start sensing the larger field, not your family, not just your environment, but the collective consciousness, the subtle, living web that connects you to billions of human beings through energy, attention, and shared emotional states. This is not metaphor. This is quantum reality. You are not alone in your shifts, your frequency, your growth. Your every breakthrough sends a ripple through the collective field. Your coherence contributes to a larger coherence. And when you become aware of this truth, your transformation becomes service, not through sacrifice, but through signal. Let's begin with what the collective field actually is. Think of every thought, emotion, intention, and memory as a pulse. Those pulses don't disappear. They interact, they gather, they build. The human field is made of these pulses. It contains the stored energetic patterns of generations: trauma, innovation, oppression, love, war, healing, evolution. You contribute to this field every moment you exist. Your thoughts don't stop at your skin. Your emotions don't stay private. Your choices radiate outward like sound in water, touching others, even if they don't know why they suddenly feel heavier or lighter. This is how emotional contagion happens. This is why certain cities, rooms, or communities carry a noticeable charge. This is why global events affect your mood, even when you didn't read the news. Your nervous system is plugged into a network. And when you learn to use that connection consciously, everything changes. Most people interact with the collective unconsciously. They absorb fear from media. They inherit beliefs from culture. They react to social pressure, emotional trend, mass panic, even group nostalgia. They think it's theirs. It's not. It's the field. And when you don't recognize this, you become a sponge, rather than a signal. You start acting from a field that isn't yours. That's when confusion sets in. That's when energy drops. That's when progress gets tangled in ancestral or societal loops. But when you become aware, you move from being affected to affecting. That is power. So how do you consciously interact with the collective field? It starts with knowing your own frequency. If you haven't stabilized that yet, you'll be swept by the dominant energy of the crowd. You'll mistake collective grief for personal despair. You'll mistake cultural urgency for your own anxiety. You'll think you're lost when really you're just listening to everyone else. But when your signal is tuned, you can enter any room, any group, any situation, and hold your frequency with clarity. You stop echoing. You start resonating. And your signal begins to shift the collective space around you. Not with ego, with presence. Next, learn to read the field. Pause during your day and ask, is what I'm feeling mine? Is this emotion consistent with my frequency? Or has something external entered my space? Is the heaviness new or inherited? Sometimes just naming it dissolves the charge. Because the moment you see it for what it is, not personal but collective, it loses its grip. Now you're the observer again. Now your awareness can choose what stays. You can also contribute intentionally. Use coherence to pulse clarity into the field. For example, during global chaos, breathe coherence and visualize stillness expanding. When someone in your life is spinning, remain rooted in your signal, not fixing them, but becoming a stable point in their field. When doubt rises in a group you're leading, stay connected to your own body. Let them sink to your certainty. These aren't symbolic gestures. They are frequency broadcasts, and they are felt. You don't need 1 million followers to shift the field. You need a stable signal. History proves this. Movements begin not with crowds, but with clarity. With one person tuned to truth. One voice coherent in a room full of noise. One presence willing to hold love when fear would be easier. Your nervous system becomes a tuning fork, and others, consciously or not, begin to adjust. This is not manipulation. It's leadership. This is not magic. It's resonance. There's another layer, collective memory. We carry the energetic residues of our ancestors through genetics, epigenetics, and the emotional frequencies stored in the collective field. This is why you sometimes feel pain that isn't yours, fear that predates your life, or a strange responsibility you can't explain. You may be holding part of the collective karma, and part of your work is not to carry it forever, but to recognize it, alchemize it, and release it. How? By staying present, by remaining coherent, by refusing to reenact the same survival stories from history. You are not here to suffer as they did. You are here to resolve what was unresolved and signal a new possibility into the field. That's what quantum growth looks like at scale. So what do you do with this awareness? You start seeing your personal work as part of a larger evolution. Your coherence matters more than ever, because it doesn't stop with you. It ripples outward into families, communities, timelines, and global conversations. Every time you forgive, that frequency becomes available to others. Every time you expand, you stretch what's possible for the people watching you. Every time you hold a new state of being, the field updates. This is how individual growth becomes collective healing. Not through ideology, through frequency. You are part of the human web. Your signal is being read. Your presence is shaping the space around you, seen or not. And the more conscious you are of this role, the more powerful your impact becomes. Not through effort, through coherence, through clarity, through choosing to be a lighthouse, not a mirror. The field doesn't need more reflection. It needs stable radiance. Next, we are going to explore how to maintain that radiance, even when surrounded by chaos, emotional projection, or energetic clutter. You'll learn how to protect your frequency without closing your heart, and how to build boundaries that aren't made of walls, but of clarity and signal strength. With your energy now protected, not by withdrawal, but by strength and signal clarity, you're prepared to meet the most misunderstood and often avoided dimension of quantum self-mastery. Your shadow, not the enemy, not the flaw, not the part to be fixed. The shadow is unintegrated energy. It's not darkness in the evil sense. It's darkness as in unseen. And until you bring it to light, it continues to run scripts beneath your awareness, shaping what you attract, how you react, and where you limit your own expansion. But here's the truth most avoid. The shadow isn't in the way. It is the way. When met consciously, it becomes raw power, stored momentum, a gateway to your next level of growth, clarity, and presence. Let's define it with precision. Your shadow is made up of the parts of you that didn't feel safe to express, be seen, or be accepted. These aren't always bad traits. Sometimes they're your brilliance, your power, your joy, your intuition. Anything you were told to suppress, to fit, to survive, to belong, got pushed into the background of your psyche. It didn't disappear. It just became invisible. But it still emits a frequency, and that frequency either calls in distortion, or once integrated creates coherence. Here's the quantum angle. If you carry unprocessed emotion, belief, or identity beneath your awareness, that energy still vibrates. It doesn't go dormant. It just goes unconscious. And the field always responds to frequency, not intention alone. So even if you say, I want success, connection, peace, if your shadow holds rejection, fear, guilt, or rage, the field picks that up too. You send mixed signals, and mixed signals create stuck reality loops. That's not failure. That's feedback. The field is showing you what you haven't owned yet, and owning it without shame, without resistance, is your next level of power. So how do you begin to work with the shadow? Not by force, not by analysis, by feeling what you've avoided. Start simply. Notice what triggers you in others. Envy, annoyance, judgment. These are mirrors pointing to disowned parts of you. Maybe someone's confidence annoys you. That's likely your own suppressed confidence. Maybe someone's emotion makes you uncomfortable. That's likely your own unexpressed grief. The shadow isn't trying to shame you. It's trying to reunite you with your full self. Use this moment to ask, what am I afraid others will see in me? What part of me did I learn to hide to stay safe? Where do I keep performing instead of revealing? Now don't fix, don't fight, don't deny, just breathe with what arises. This simple act of awareness already shifts the energy. You've brought the shadow into view. That's step 1. Step 2, somatic permission. Most shadow energy lives in the body. It gets stored in the jaw, chest, stomach, hips, places where you've held back expression. When you start to feel those areas, emotions rise. Not as punishment, but as release. Let yourself tremble. Let tears come. Let anger move safely, consciously. You're not losing control. You're regaining flow. That's how power returns to the system. Step 3, integration, not identification. This is where most people get stuck. They see the shadow and think, I am this, but you're not. You're the awareness witnessing it. Integration means owning the part without becoming the part, feeling the emotion without letting it run your life, allowing the story to complete without looping it forever. You don't need to become your fear to heal it. You need to feel it through and then choose who you are now. That's freedom. Let's talk about frequency. When you integrate shadow, your signal strengthens. You're no longer leaking energy trying to hide. You're no longer projecting blame or shame. You become internally clean. And that internal clarity is radiant. People feel it. Because shadow work isn't about becoming darker. It's about becoming whole. That wholeness is magnetic. It's grounded. It's trustworthy. And it's what the field responds to with highest alignment. There's another layer. Every shadow contains a gift. Behind anger is clarity. Behind fear is desire. Behind grief is love. Behind shame is sensitivity. When you reclaim the energy, you reclaim the gift. And when that gift returns, your field changes shape. You stop trying to prove. You stop hiding. You stop fragmenting your presence. You become the full signal. That's what unlocks transformation. Not only for you, but for everyone you touch. Here's a powerful presence practice. Shadow presence pulse. Sit or stand in stillness. Ask yourself gently, what part of me have I been avoiding today? Breathe into wherever you feel the response, chest, gut, throat. Say aloud or internally, you're welcome here. I don't have to fix you to feel you. Let your breath and body show you what wants to rise. This is how you rewire your field in real time. By showing up for the parts you once banished. That presence creates coherence. That coherence changes everything. You've done the outer work, shifting breath, boundaries, and focus. Now you're doing the inner work, facing the core. And here's the truth most avoid. You cannot fully master your field until you face your own fragmentation. Not because you're broken, but because the parts of you that feel unworthy, scared, angry, or hidden carry the very power you've been looking for. They're not obstacles. They are fuel. And when you welcome them, not to live in them, but to free them, you become radiant, whole, and untouchable in your alignment. Next, we are going to explore one of the most powerful, often overlooked realms of shadow integration, your dreams. You'll see how your sleeping mind becomes a quantum simulation chamber. One where patterns play out, messages emerge, and alternate timelines reveal the keys to your transformation. With your energy now protected, not by withdrawal, but by strength and signal clarity, you're prepared to meet the most misunderstood and often avoided dimension of quantum self-mastery. Your shadow, not the enemy, not the flaw, not the part to be fixed. The shadow is unintegrated energy. It's not darkness in the evil sense. It's darkness as in unseen. And until you bring it to light, it continues to run scripts beneath your awareness, shaping what you attract, how you react, and where you limit your own expansion. But here's the truth most avoid. The shadow isn't in the way. It is the way. When met consciously, it becomes raw power, stored momentum, a gateway to your next level of growth, clarity, and presence. Let's define it with precision. Your shadow is made up of the parts of you that didn't feel safe to express, be seen, or be accepted. These aren't always bad traits. Sometimes they're your brilliance, your power, your joy, your intuition. Anything you were told to suppress, to fit, to survive, to belong got pushed into the background of your psyche. It didn't disappear. It just became invisible. But it still emits a frequency. And that frequency either calls in distortion, or once integrated creates coherence. Here's the quantum angle. If you carry unprocessed emotion, belief, or identity beneath your awareness, that energy still vibrates. It doesn't go dormant. It just goes unconscious. And the field always responds to frequency, not intention alone. So even if you say, I want success, connection, peace, if your shadow holds rejection, fear, guilt, or rage, the field picks that up too. You send mixed signals. And mixed signals create stuck reality loops. That's not failure. That's feedback. The field is showing you what you haven't owned yet. And owning it without shame, without resistance, is your next level of power. So how do you begin to work with the shadow? Not by force, not by analysis, by feeling what you've avoided. Start simply. Notice what triggers you in others. Envy, annoyance, judgment. These are mirrors pointing to disowned parts of you. Maybe someone's confidence annoys you. That's likely your own suppressed confidence. Maybe someone's emotion makes you uncomfortable. That's likely your own unexpressed grief. The shadow isn't trying to shame you. It's trying to reunite you with your full self. Use this moment to ask, what am I afraid others will see in me? What part of me did I learn to hide to stay safe? Where do I keep performing instead of revealing? Now don't fix, don't fight, don't deny. Just breathe with what arises. This simple act of awareness already shifts the energy. You've brought the shadow into view. That's step 1. Step 2, somatic permission. Most shadow energy lives in the body. It gets stored in the jaw, chest, stomach, hips, places where you've held back expression. When you start to feel those areas, emotions rise. Not as punishment, but as release. Let yourself tremble. Let tears come. Let anger move safely, consciously. You're not losing control. You're regaining flow. That's how power returns to the system. Step 3, integration, not identification. This is where most people get stuck. They see the shadow and think, I am this, but you're not. You're the awareness witnessing it. Integration means owning the part without becoming the part. Feeling the emotion without letting it run your life. Allowing the story to complete without looping it forever. You don't need to become your fear to heal it. You need to feel it through and then choose who you are now. That's freedom. Let's talk about frequency. When you integrate shadow, your signal strengthens. You're no longer leaking energy trying to hide. You're no longer projecting blame or shame. You become internally clean. And that internal clarity is radiant. People feel it. Because shadow work isn't about becoming darker. It's about becoming whole. That wholeness is magnetic. It's grounded. It's trustworthy. And it's what the field responds to with highest alignment. There's another layer. Every shadow contains a gift. Behind anger is clarity. Behind fear is desire. Behind grief is love. Behind shame is sensitivity. When you reclaim the energy, you reclaim the gift. And when that gift returns, your field changes shape. You stop trying to prove. You stop hiding. You stop fragmenting your presence. You become the full signal. That's what unlocks transformation. Not only for you, but for everyone you touch. Here's a powerful presence practice. Shadow presence pulse. Sit or stand in stillness. Ask yourself gently, what part of me have I been avoiding today? Breathe into wherever you feel the response, chest, gut, throat. Say aloud or internally, you're welcome here. I don't have to fix you to feel you. Let your breath and body show you what wants to rise. This is how you rewire your field in real time. By showing up for the parts you once banished. That presence creates coherence. That coherence changes everything. You've done the outer work, shifting breath, boundaries, and focus. Now you're doing the inner work, facing the core. And here's the truth most avoid. You cannot fully master your field until you face your own fragmentation. Not because you're broken, but because the parts of you that feel unworthy, scared, angry, or hidden carry the very power you've been looking for. They're not obstacles. They are fuel. And when you welcome them, not to live in them, but to free them, you become radiant, whole, and untouchable in your alignment. Next, we are going to explore one of the most powerful, often overlooked realms of shadow integration, your dreams. You'll see how your sleeping mind becomes a quantum simulation chamber, one where patterns play out, messages emerge, and alternate timelines reveal the keys to your transformation. You've now faced your shadow, not by suppressing it, but by welcoming it back into your energetic architecture. You've felt the return of power that once leaked away through avoidance. But now something deeper begins to stir. Each night, your consciousness enters a space where time, identity, and logic dissolve. Where symbols replace language. Where unresolved energy takes form. Where the field speaks in image, movement, and metaphor. That space is your dream state, and it's not random. It's not leftover noise from the day. It's a quantum simulation chamber, custom designed for your evolution. Every night, your system creates a virtual field to process emotion, rehearse choices, surface unintegrated material, and test new energetic configurations. And the more you understand this, the more you'll stop dismissing your dreams and start learning from them as the blueprints for your next level. Let's strip away the old idea that dreams are meaningless, that they're just the brain organizing information. What's actually happening is far more sophisticated. When you sleep, the ego loosens its grip. The rational mind slows, the linear processor goes offline, and the subconscious steps forward, directly linked to the quantum field. In that space, the laws of waking life shift. Time bends, identity blends, multiple versions of you appear, and scenarios unfold that are energetically, not logically, precise. Your system uses dream space to rehearse shifts you're not ready for in waking life. It creates safe, symbolic simulations so you can experience without consequences. That's not imagination. That's quantum preparation. Every dream is a message coded in metaphor. It reflects your current frequency, your hidden patterns, unprocessed emotions, energetic opportunities, future timelines you're aligning to or resisting. This means your dreams are feedback from the field. They're showing you where your signal is incoherent, where your shadow still speaks, where your next breakthrough lives. But only if you learn to listen. Start here. Upon waking, ask, what emotion did I feel most in this dream? Who appeared? And what version of me did they meet? What did the environment feel like? Safe? Chaotic? Familiar? Strange? Was there a repeating symbol or sensation? This is how you begin to decode the simulation. You don't need a dream dictionary. You need presence. Your personal symbolism matters more than collective interpretations. A locked door may not mean denial. It may represent potential waiting for permission. A storm may not be fear. It might be a power surge trying to break containment. You know the truth. Feel into it. Let's go deeper. Your dreams often show multiple versions of you. Younger, older, distorted, exaggerated. Each one represents a frequency you carry. And the dream is asking, do you want to keep this version active? Do you need to reintegrate or release this identity? What would it take to evolve beyond this loop? This is quantum self-reflection. Your dreams hold a mirror up to your field. Not the version you perform, but the version you actually emit. And the more honest you are about what you see, the more useful the simulation becomes. Use this simple integration process, dream reflection protocol. Upon waking, before touching your phone, recall your dream. Write down the key elements without trying to interpret. Just describe. Circle any parts that felt emotionally charged. Ask, what is this dream showing me about my current state? Then ask, what is this dream inviting me to shift? This builds your capacity to receive real insight without needing an outside interpreter. You become your own oracle. Here's what you'll begin to notice. As your awareness increases, your dreams become more direct, less surreal, more revealing, less fragmented, more instructional. Because now you're not just downloading information, you're processing and applying it. That's when dreams become conscious training ground. You start to remember more. You begin lucid dreaming, where awareness stays intact during the dream. You use sleep as a tool for growth, not escape. You stop sleeping through your evolution. You start sleeping into it. And here's where it gets powerful. Some dreams are not simulations. They're visitations from your higher self, from parallel versions of you, from teachers, ancestors, future selves. These dreams don't feel confusing. They feel electric. You wake up changed. The insight is encoded in your body. No interpretation needed, only embodiment. These dreams are transmissions. And the more coherent your waking state, the more often they arrive. Not to mystify you, to inform you, to accelerate your path. But you must meet them halfway. Treat your dreams with respect. Create space to receive them. Be consistent with your tracking. And above all, act on what they reveal. A dream that shows you stuck in a loop is not judging you. It's inviting you to interrupt the pattern. A dream that places you in flight, light, or flow is not fantasy. It's showing you what's already possible. The more you act on dream insight, the more aligned your waking life becomes. You begin to collapse the distance between sleeping and waking awareness. That's quantum coherence. Let's take this further. Set a dream intention before sleep. Show me what I'm ready to release. Reveal what frequency I need to stabilize. Bring me the next aligned decision I haven't seen. Say it aloud. Feel it. Then let go. This primes your field for active simulation. And your dreams begin serving your transformation, not just reflecting it. You've spent years thinking sleep was rest. So much more. It's recalibration. It's rehearsal. It's revelation. And when you start treating your dream state as part of your growth, not separate from it, you begin to wake up each morning with more than just energy. You wake with coded instructions for your evolution. Next, we are going to trace what happens when these dream loops start to match waking patterns. You'll discover how you may be living inside time loops and frequency patterns without realizing it, and how to recognize the repeating matrix so you can finally step out of cycles that no longer serve you. By now, your dream space has become more than just an abstract playground. It's your field's private simulator, revealing the patterns that rule your waking life. But here's the next truth waiting beneath the surface. You are likely living inside loops. Loops of behavior, loops of emotion, loops of choice and consequence. Loops that feel like life, but are really programmed timelines playing on repeat. Until you see the code, you'll keep replaying the same scenes. With different faces, different places, but the same frequency underneath. That isn't fate. It's your matrix, and you can break it. Let's begin with what this really means. A loop is not just a routine or habit. It's a frequency structure, a repeating energetic pattern that creates familiarity, even if that familiarity is painful. Why does this happen? Because your system, by default, prefers what's known over what's unknown, even if what's known keeps you stuck. And so you attract the same arguments, the same kinds of partners, the same financial ceilings, the same breakthroughs followed by breakdowns. The players may change. The scenery may update. But the script, it stays eerily familiar. That's the loop. Now here's the twist. These loops aren't punishing you. They're inviting you. Every loop carries one purpose: to show you the exact frequency you're still broadcasting so you can finally shift it. But you can't shift what you don't recognize. So the first skill is pattern recognition. Look at your life and ask, what situations keep repeating? No matter how hard I try to change them, where do I end up feeling the same way, even when the circumstances are different? What emotional reactions feel automatic, no matter the trigger? Those are your personal echo chambers. They're not here to trap you. They're here to wake you up. Here's a powerful reality check. Your subconscious runs your life until you make it conscious. And loops are the subconscious visible. They are your field making the invisible program undeniably real, so you'll finally rewrite it. Not through willpower, through frequency upgrade. Because loops don't break through force. They break through resonance disruption. You have to become a different vibration than the pattern you're in. That's how timelines shift. Let's walk through the process. Step 1, witness the pattern without judgment. You'll be tempted to shame yourself for being back here again. Don't. You're not failing. You're becoming aware. And awareness is the break point. Name the loop. Own it. Say, I see this now. This isn't who I am. It's what I've been repeating. Step 2, feel the origin frequency. What's the core emotion at the center of the loop? Fear of abandonment? Need for approval? Fear of expansion? Guilt around success? That emotion is the glue holding the loop together. Don't analyze it. Feel it. Breathe with it. Welcome it like an old friend who's been trying to warn you all this time. That presence dissolves the glue. Step 3, interrupt the behavior that keeps it alive. Every loop requires your participation. There's always a moment, small but significant, where you say yes to the familiar. That text you send even though you know better. That job you accept even though it doesn't feel right. That thought you let spiral even though it always ends the same. Interrupt it. Not with blame. With stillness. Pause. Choose differently even if it's uncomfortable. This is how you begin to code a new reality. Here's the quantum view. Loops exist in time, but transformation happens outside of time. This means when you shift your frequency in the present moment, the past no longer defines you. The pattern ends. The echo stops. You're no longer living in reaction to your old self. You're now aligned with your updated field. That's how you exit the matrix, not by escaping reality, but by changing the frequency that generates it. Let's get practical. Use this daily technique, the loop breaker scan. At the end of your day, sit in stillness. Ask, where today did I feel like I was reliving something? Identify the emotional charge. Ask, what version of me said yes to this loop? Then ask, what version of me can end it tomorrow? This isn't journaling for insight. It's journaling for energetic decision. You're not writing about the past. You're authoring the next timeline. Now let's address the deeper fear. What if I break the loop and lose everything familiar? That fear is valid, because loops, even painful ones, feel like home to your nervous system. But safety isn't in the loop. Safety is in coherence. And when you stabilize that coherence, you won't need chaos to feel alive. You won't need pain to feel purpose. You'll start resonating with peace that isn't boring, with love that isn't survival, with success that isn't self-sabotage. This is the real work. This is frequency maturity. Here's the final key. Loops end when you become unavailable for the identity that lives inside them. The victim, the fixer, the performer, the overachiever, the martyr, the ghost. You don't need to fight that identity. You need to stop rehearsing it. The moment you stop acting like it, the loop can't run, because the script no longer matches the actor. And the field? It updates to match your new role. Your matrix isn't permanent. It's responsive. It's rewritable. It's waiting for a new signal. And the moment you send that signal, not through effort, but through presence, you'll watch the loop dissolve, like a dream you finally woke up from. Next, we are going to stretch your reality even further. You'll see that the version of you who already broke the loop, who already mastered this frequency, who already lives in expansion, already exists. And you'll learn how to align with that version, not as fantasy, but as quantum fact. You've now seen your loops. You've decoded them, felt their grip, and tasted the power that comes from stepping out of their trance. But what if the transformation you're seeking isn't something you need to build from scratch? What if there's already a version of you that's living it, not metaphorically, literally? Right now, in the vast quantum field, there are countless versions of you, each vibrating at different frequencies, making different choices, living different timelines. Some are stuck, some are healing, and some have already broken free. You don't have to imagine that version. You can align with it, because in the quantum view, time isn't linear. It's stacked, simultaneous, alive, and that means access is always available. Let's lay the foundation. Every decision you make branches into new energetic trajectories. Turn left instead of right, a new timeline opens. Say yes instead of no, a new identity activates. Over time, these micro-decisions accumulate, creating distinct energetic versions of you. Some versions stayed afraid. Some took the leap. Some trusted. Some ran. Some healed. Some avoided. But all of them exist, not just in memory or imagination, but as actual vibrational signatures in the field. And you can tune into any of them by matching their frequency. This isn't a mental trick. It's energetic architecture. You're not limited to the version of yourself defined by the past. You are only ever limited by the version you continue to identify with. And the moment you release identification with the struggling, doubting, looping self, you gain access to another one. One that's already living the reality you're seeking. That version isn't waiting in the future. It's pulsing now. You don't have to build it. You have to tune to it. Start here. Ask yourself right now, without trying to figure it out, what version of me is already free from this pattern? What would they feel in their body? How would they walk into this room? What would they no longer tolerate? What decision would be obvious to them? Feel the answers not just as concepts but as frequencies. Let your body shift. Let your posture adjust. Let your tone of voice begin to change. This isn't pretending. This is activating a dormant signal that already lives in your field. Here's a truth that bypasses willpower. You don't evolve by dragging your current self forward. You evolve by resonating with the next version now. Frequency before form. When you match the internal tone of your expanded self, the field reorganizes to meet that tone. New thoughts arise. New actions feel natural. Old loops feel foreign. That's alignment, not fantasy. Use this practice. Parallel self-tuning. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Say silently or aloud, I call forward the version of me who has already embodied this frequency. Breathe into the feeling, not the image. What does their presence feel like in your body? Ask, what one thought or action would align me with this version today? Commit. Anchor it with presence. You're not trying to become them. You're remembering you already are them, under the noise. Let's go deeper. Your parallel self is not perfect. They're not mystical. They're not smarter than you. They're simply clearer. Clear in frequency. Clear in boundary. Clear in identity. And that clarity makes their decisions cleaner, faster, lighter. You don't need more information. You need to stop rehearsing the confusion of your former self. That's what makes room for the new identity to stabilize. So how do you know you've made contact? Your choices feel obvious. Resistance drops. You stop bargaining with doubt. Your body relaxes, even if your mind still tries to catch up. Life begins reflecting small external confirmations quickly. This isn't magic. It's precision. The field always mirrors the version of you that is most active in your signal. So the moment you start embodying a new one, you'll feel the outer world recalibrate. Sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically, but always in resonance with your broadcast. Let's clear a trap. This isn't about bypassing the work. You're not skipping steps. You're compressing them. Instead of struggling to build a new identity from the ground up, you're stepping into the version that already integrated it. And from that place, the actions become easy, not because life is easy, but because your state is coherent. You're no longer trying to change from limitation. You're choosing from liberation, and that changes everything. Now ask yourself, what have I been waiting to become? What version of me am I postponing with excuses, fear, or nostalgia? What frequency is already accessible but unlived? Because alignment doesn't require proof. It requires choice. The moment you say yes to the version of you that lives with depth, clarity, abundance, leadership, creativity, peace, that version begins to activate, and the field begins to move, not because you chased it, but because you stopped resisting it. Your power is not in grinding your way up the ladder of personal development. It's in selecting your signal and becoming loyal to it, moment by moment, breath by breath. Each time you do, reality reshapes. You don't wait for results to believe. You believe and results become natural. That's how timelines collapse. That's how identity reorganizes. That's how frequency upgrades become life upgrades. Not through force, through resonance. Next, we are going to take that resonance and put it to use. You'll learn how to stop setting goals from past wounds, fear, or lack, and begin manifesting from the future, guided by the frequency of the self that already exists beyond what you've outgrown. Now that you've activated the version of yourself who's already living the frequency you once chased, it's time to rethink how you set goals, because most goal setting is backwards. It comes from old wounds, inherited definitions of success, or subconscious programs that say, if I get this, I'll finally be enough. That isn't growth. That's a loop disguised as ambition. But quantum alignment flips the entire model. You don't manifest by striving toward what's missing. You manifest by broadcasting from the version of you who already has it. Not from scarcity, from signal, from state. This is the end of goal setting as effort, and the beginning of creation as alignment. Let's get precise. Traditional goals sound like this. I want to make X dollars. I want to lose this weight. I want to meet someone who sees me. I want to feel confident. All valid desires, but often they're laced with lack. I don't have it yet. I'm not there. I need to chase it. That broadcast tells the field, I'm separate from what I want. And the field responds accordingly by keeping it distant. Now contrast that with this. I stabilize the frequency of overflow. I move in the body of vitality. I relate from my wholeness. I speak as someone who trusts their voice. These aren't goals. They're states of being. They carry no gap, only coherence. And that coherence pulls the form to match the frequency. Here's the key. The future you want isn't just out there. It's already encoded in the field. And the fastest way to reach it is not by chasing it, but by asking, what state of being would naturally create that future? Then embody that state now. That's quantum goal setting. It doesn't focus on getting. It focuses on tuning. And tuning collapses the timeline. Use this to recalibrate your direction. The quantum goal shift. Write down a traditional goal you've been chasing. Ask, what frequency do I believe this goal will give me? Translate that frequency into a present tense state. Drop the outcome. Stabilize the state. For example, goal, I want 100K followers. Why? So I feel seen and valuable. Translation, I live from the frequency of visibility and internal worth. Now you don't need the followers to feel the state. You become the state that draws aligned visibility organically. This is why some goals manifest quickly when you stop needing them. You match them and the field has no reason to delay. Let's be clear. This doesn't mean stop taking action. It means act from coherence, not from fear or proving. Your actions are now rooted in your future self signal, not your past self story. And that difference changes your energy, your tone, your results. You're no longer asking the world to validate you. You're showing up as someone already anchored in your frequency. That's what draws real momentum. Here's where most people get stuck. They set a goal from a wounded place. Then they build identity around that goal. And when it doesn't happen, they collapse not just the goal, but their sense of self. That's not creation. That's attachment. Quantum goals never define you. They reveal you. And if a goal doesn't manifest, it's not failure. It's feedback. Either the timeline needs recalibration, or your system wasn't truly aligned with that desire. It came from the mind, not the field. Now you're clear enough to know the difference. Let's walk through a real-time example. Let's say you want to leave your job and start your own business. Traditional approach. How do I make this safe? What's the best niche? How do I outsmart risk? Quantum approach. What version of me is already living in creative sovereignty? How do they think? Speak? Wake up. What decision feels natural from their state? You begin from the frequency. Then action becomes expression, not reaction. Your steps are no longer driven by survival. They're extensions of alignment. That's when momentum picks up. Not because you force it, because you're no longer confusing movement with mastery. Let's take it deeper. Most people live in past-based goal setting. They set goals to fix the past, to compensate for old pain, to reverse what felt like failure. But when you source goals from trauma, you carry the vibration of trauma into the future. And even if the goal is achieved, the frequency remains distorted. So the joy doesn't last. The peace doesn't land. The next goal appears instantly because you're still chasing a correction. Quantum goals are not corrective. They're creative. They're not running from the past. They're chosen from the future self you trust. And they don't require obsession. They require clarity. Use this recalibration prompt. Ask, am I setting this goal because I'm afraid not to? Would I still want this if I already felt whole? Who does this goal make me become? If the goal keeps you improving survival or identity performance, pause. You may be reinforcing the very loop you've outgrown. But if the goal makes you feel spacious, alive, expanded, light, that's alignment. Now ask, what one micro decision would this future self already be making today? What one part of my routine, identity, or language is out of alignment with them? What would I release? Not to lose something, but to stabilize their state? These micro-adjustments are not small. They are anchors. Every time you act from the state, you solidify the signal, and the field reshapes accordingly. Here's the ultimate shift. You stop setting goals from the version of you that needs fixing. You start setting intentions from the version of you that remembers who you are. From there, vision flows. Desire becomes magnetic. Action becomes elegant. You no longer seek. You select. You no longer chase. You choose. That's the difference between willpower and resonant power. And when your future self becomes your present broadcast, life responds faster, cleaner, truer. Next, we're going to completely reframe how growth itself unfolds. You'll see why linear progress is an illusion and how real transformation happens in spirals, jumps, waves, and quantum rewrites. Not lines. Now that you've begun manifesting from future alignment, not past wounding, you're likely noticing something strange. Some days feel like massive breakthroughs. Other days feel like nothing's happening. Then suddenly, it all clicks. Then just as quickly, it unravels again. If you're still measuring your progress like a staircase, this can feel like failure. But here's the deeper truth. Transformation is not linear. It doesn't move in tidy lines, predictable steps, or logical sequences. It moves in waves, spirals, jumps, and collapses. And if you expect growth to follow a map, you'll miss the miracle of how you're actually evolving. Let's name what really happens. True change often looks like this. You break through a pattern. You feel expansion. Then, an old trigger returns. You feel like you're back at the beginning. But you're not. You're revisiting the same point from a new frequency. It's not a repeat. It's a spiral. And every time the loop returns, it offers you the chance to respond differently. That difference is your upgrade. Even when the outside looks familiar, your internal signal is new. That's what creates lasting transformation. Not constant movement, but coherent return. Here's what to release. The belief that growth means always feeling better, always being motivated, never having doubt, constantly getting results. That mindset belongs to linear logic, a world of productivity metrics, performance, and external validation. Quantum growth moves differently. It respects integration, rest, reset, realignment. It knows that the system needs time to adjust to new frequencies. It values depth, not just motion. Ask yourself now, am I judging my growth by appearances? Am I labeling neutrality or stillness as failure? What would happen if I trusted the spiral instead of fearing it? Because sometimes the biggest shift isn't what you do. It's how you hold yourself when nothing appears to be shifting. That's where frequency stabilizes. That's when the field reconfigures beneath the surface. Here's the paradox. Breakdowns often mean you're close. Why? Because as your frequency upgrades, your system must shed everything that doesn't match. And sometimes that shedding looks like chaos. Plans fall apart. Old identities resist. Relationships tighten. Your body feels the friction. But this is not regression. This is restructuring. You're clearing space for the new signal to anchor. If you try to rush this part, you'll default to your old frequency just to feel stable. But if you breathe through it, you become unshakable. Use this practice when the path feels unclear. The nonlinear tracker. At the end of each week, ask, where did I respond differently than before? What emotion surfaced that I allowed without collapsing? What truth did I name, even if it didn't solve anything? Write it down, not for performance but for presence. This helps you measure growth by frequency, not just by form. Because real progress often looks subtle. But subtle is what shapes the signal. Let's talk about those nothing is working days. You wake up foggy. Your clarity is gone. Your habits feel off. Your mind spirals. That doesn't mean the field is punishing you. It means your system is processing unseen shifts. Integration often feels like fatigue, because your inner wiring is reorganizing, and that takes bandwidth. When you honor that, you don't collapse. You ground. You recalibrate. You give your system what it needs. Time to embody what the mind already knows. Now here's where quantum awareness changes everything. The path of growth is made of micro moments. Not just the big revelations, but the split seconds when you pause instead of reacting, speak your boundary instead of avoiding conflict, choose breath over control, allow rest instead of guilt, act from trust even with no proof. These tiny choices compound. They create new defaults, new nervous system signatures, new patterns of attraction. This is how timelines collapse, one coherent moment at a time. You don't need a breakthrough every day. You need presence. Another key principle: old patterns resist extinction. When you're about to outgrow them, they often flare up, louder than before. Not to pull you back, but to ask, are you really done with this? Are you ready to stop performing this identity? Can you hold your upgraded frequency under pressure? That test is not punishment. It's stabilization. And the way you respond decides whether the old pattern dissolves or reloads. So when the doubt creeps in, when the pace slows, when you feel like nothing's changing, remember, that's the spiral speaking. That's your field digesting the upgrade. That's your nervous system learning safety in stillness. That's transformation becoming real, not just visible. And the more you trust that rhythm, the faster the outer shifts begin to mirror it. Let's close this chapter with a reframe. Linear growth seeks arrival. Quantum growth values alignment. Linear growth chases milestones. Quantum growth honors states. Linear growth says, you're not there yet. Quantum growth says, you are becoming it now. And the more you live in that knowing, the less you need the world to reflect it instantly, because your frequency already holds the truth. And the field always catches up. Next, we are going to apply this frequency mastery to an area where most people chase without ever fully receiving: wealth. You'll see why vibrational wealth is not about working harder, but about becoming undeniably resonant with abundance itself. Now that you've released the illusion of linear progress and begun trusting the rhythm of your inner transformation, it's time to address one of the most distorted aspects of personal growth: wealth, money, resources, opportunities, flow. Most people chase these things from urgency, strategy, or survival instinct. They try to think their way into abundance, or hustle their way into worthiness. But here's what the quantum field reveals. Wealth is not achieved. It is received. And you can only receive what you resonate with. Wealth doesn't respond to effort alone. It responds to signal clarity. Not how hard you work, but how coherent your frequency is with the energy of abundance itself. Let's start with the truth. Money is not emotional. The field doesn't reward deserving. It mirrors vibration. This is why you've seen people with incredible hearts struggle financially, while others magnetize millions from what seems like thin air. It's not about fairness. It's about frequency match. Your outer wealth is not a reflection of your worth. It's a reflection of your current energetic availability. And if your signal is full of guilt, confusion, fear, or attachment, your wealth cannot stabilize, no matter how many hours you grind. Let's go deeper. Money is just energy in form. It flows where there's clarity, confidence, openness, purpose, circulation. It withdraws from shame, clutching, inconsistency, self-neglect, unconscious sabotage. So the question is not, how do I get more? The question is, what frequency am I sending into the field about what I'm available for? Because you're always broadcasting. Every thought about money, every purchase you regret, every undercharged offer, every decision rooted in scarcity, they all speak, and the field listens. Use this reflection. What is my relationship to receiving? Where do I feel guilt, fear, or apology around wealth? Do I feel safe having more, or only when I'm in survival? Most people have no resistance to wealth itself. They resist the identity shift it requires. More visibility, more responsibility, more expansion, more impact. So they unconsciously block the flow, not because they don't want more, but because they fear becoming the version of themselves who can actually hold it. But now you know how to update identity. Now you know how to shift signal. That means wealth can become natural again. Here's the paradox. You attract most powerfully when you're not chasing. Why? Because chasing is rooted in lack. It says, I don't have it. I need it. I'll be complete when. That signal activates a field of separation. And separation cannot receive. But when you ground in already enough, the signal shifts. I don't need wealth to complete me. I am complete, and my overflow attracts more. That's coherence. And that's what money responds to. Let's shift into practice. The vibrational wealth reset. Close your eyes and take 3 slow breaths. Bring into mind a time you felt truly abundant, not necessarily financial. Maybe peace, joy, or generosity. Let that feeling grow until it spreads across your chest, arms, face. Say aloud, I remember this frequency. I amplify it now. From this state, write or speak your next inspired decision around money, not from fear, but from clarity. This is not positive thinking. It's frequency anchoring, and it's one of the most powerful ways to reset your financial field. Let's clear a few common distortions. I have to work hard to deserve it. Truth. Your value is not measured in hours. It's reflected in the alignment of your signal and your service. Wanting money is greedy. Truth. Money is a neutral amplifier. If you are rooted in integrity, more money means more impact. I'll figure out how to receive later. Right now, I just need to survive. Truth. Survival is a frequency loop, and unless interrupted, it repeats even at higher income levels. These beliefs must be updated not just intellectually but somatically, because your body holds your money stories. Tension in the gut, fear in the chest, shame in the voice. That's not just stress. It's energetic residue, and it's interrupting the flow. Your job isn't to fight that. Your job is to clear the signal. Here's a surprising truth. Sometimes wealth doesn't arrive until you release the performer identity that was trying to earn it. Because the field doesn't reward who you pretend to be. It aligns with who you are when you feel safe to fully express without apology. That's why authenticity is magnetic. Not because it's trendy, because it sends a clear, coherent pulse through the field. This is my signal. This is my standard. This is what I'm ready to circulate. And money responds like a tuning fork. Now consider this. True wealth is not only measured in currency. It's measured in time freedom, nervous system safety, aligned opportunity, creative flow, joyful generosity, supportive relationships, ease of expression. And when you tune to those frequencies without waiting for the bank account to change, your signal becomes undeniably abundant. And form begins to match, not by force, but by resonance. Let's close with this. Wealth is not outside you. It is an echo of your internal rhythm, a mirror of your current coherence, a reflection of how available you are to receive, circulate, and express without contraction. You don't need to perform for it. You don't need to hustle into exhaustion for it. You simply need to stabilize the signal that says, I'm no longer a match for scarcity. I've chosen to hold the frequency of overflow, and I trust the field to organize the form. That's not manifestation. That's vibrational clarity. And from that space, everything accelerates. Next, we turn that acceleration inward. You'll see that your body is not just a vehicle for consciousness, but a mirror of your field. And that healing is no longer about fixing what's broken, but about remembering the energetic blueprint your system was always designed to follow. You've now stabilized a frequency that resonates with wealth, not as accumulation, but as aligned flow. But wealth is only one form of abundance. There's another, deeper, more intimate, and more immediate. Your health, not just your physical condition, but the energetic pattern that governs it. Your body is not a machine to manage. It's a field to read, a signal to listen to, a mirror of your inner coherence. And when you begin to treat it as a living extension of your frequency, not just a biology to fix, you open the door to something astonishing. Healing that goes beyond time, beyond diagnosis, and beyond limitation. Let's shift the paradigm. You've been taught to see the body as solid, slow to change, dependent on intervention, vulnerable to dysfunction. But what if your body is more field than flesh? What if your symptoms aren't errors, but messages? What if healing doesn't begin with the pill, the diet, or the protocol, but with your perception of what your body is capable of? Because here's the quantum truth. Your biology follows your belief, not just metaphorically, but electrically, chemically, energetically. Let's talk about coherence. Coherence is when your brain, heart, and body communicate in synchronized rhythm. When your thoughts, emotions, and physiology are vibrating in harmony. This isn't philosophy, it's physics. Coherence creates order in your nervous system, order in your cells, order in your immune function, order in your healing response. Incoherence, on the other hand, scrambles your signal. Chronic stress scrambles it. Self-rejection scrambles it. Resisting emotion scrambles it. Your cells can't regenerate efficiently when the signal is distorted. But when the signal becomes clear, the body remembers how to heal. Not because you command it, but because you stop blocking it. Ask yourself, when did I stop trusting my body? What story am I holding about what's possible for my health? Am I still looping in an identity of being unwell? Even after the symptoms are gone, these questions reveal where your energy is tied up. Because illness is often just a contracted frequency, held in place by old trauma, unexpressed emotion, or outdated identity. The body holds memory, not just of injury but of belief. And the moment you shift the belief, the body begins to shift too. Let's go even deeper. Your body is constantly regenerating. Your stomach lining renews every 3 to 5 days. Your skin replaces itself every 2 to 4 weeks. Your liver cells refresh every 300 to 500 days. You are quite literally not the same person you were a year ago at the cellular level. But what determines how those cells regenerate? The signal they receive. That signal comes from your nervous system, your emotional field, your thought frequency, your environment. This means fear slows repair. Gratitude accelerates it. Shame distorts it. Presence stabilizes it. You don't heal by attacking the body. You heal by returning it to alignment with its own blueprint. Now let's bring in the power of awareness-based healing. Studies on spontaneous remission reveal a strange commonality. When individuals experience rapid, unexplained healing, it's often preceded by a deep shift in identity or consciousness. They stop fighting. They surrender a false self. They access a peace beyond the mind. And suddenly the body responds. Why? Because the body is not separate from the self. It's a living record of what you believe, suppress, express, and embody. And when the self reorganizes, the field reorganizes. And the cells respond. That's not miracle. That's alignment. Try this presence protocol. The quantum body check-in. Sit or lie down. Close your eyes. Ask your body, what part of you feels heavy today? Place a hand there. Breathe slowly. Ask, what message are you holding for me? Listen not to fix but to feel. This is not diagnosis. This is communication. And that communication creates safety in the system. And safety is what allows healing to initiate. Let's address pain. Pain isn't always a malfunction. Often it's an intelligent interruption. It's your field saying, this belief is hurting us. This pace is unsustainable. This emotion needs to move. This way of living is no longer in resonance. The old model says, numb the pain. The quantum model says, listen to it. Because once the message is received, the signal often stops needing to repeat. That's healing at the root. Also remember, healing doesn't always mean returning to a previous version of yourself. Sometimes it means becoming someone entirely new. Someone who no longer lives in the trauma field. Someone who no longer carries inherited stress. Someone who no longer defines themselves by what once went wrong. And the moment you stop using the body as proof of the past, it becomes a vehicle for the future. That shift is everything. Now ask yourself, what am I willing to feel that I've been avoiding? What version of me would experience health not as effort, but as truth? Can I allow my body to be wise again? Because your healing doesn't depend on fixing everything. It depends on returning to coherence. And coherence begins when your thoughts, emotions, and presence stop fighting each other. When you trust your field to organize what your mind cannot. Let's close with this. Your body is listening to your inner tone, to your stories, to your intentions, and it responds not just chemically but energetically. You are not trying to conquer illness. You are returning to the natural intelligence that was always there, waiting for you to clear the noise and hear the signal. That is quantum health. And it doesn't require perfection. It requires presence. Next, we'll explore how your health is not just personal but generational. You'll learn how epigenetics and energy memory influence your field, and how to break patterns that didn't start with you, but can end with you. Now that you've begun to understand your body as a field of intelligence, not just a machine of parts, you're ready to face something profound. Some of the patterns you carry were never yours to begin with. Your beliefs, your health patterns, your triggers, your survival responses, even the stories you've told yourself about who you are. Many of them were inherited, passed down energetically, chemically, emotionally, generation after generation. And until you bring them into awareness, they don't just live in your mind, they live in your field. This is not metaphor. This is the science of epigenetics meeting the intelligence of energy. And it explains why change often feels harder than it should. Because you're not just healing for yourself. You're clearing echoes of what came before you. Let's make this tangible. Epigenetics is the study of how your environment, emotions, and experiences switch genes on or off. You inherit DNA, yes, but you also inherit a biological history of adaptation. If your grandmother lived through famine, her system encoded that scarcity into survival chemistry. If your father absorbed stress, rage, or suppression, your nervous system may be wired to scan for threat, even in safe spaces. These inherited signals don't change your DNA sequence, but they change how your DNA expresses. And that expression becomes your default operating system, until you rewrite it. But here's the quantum key. Just as trauma can pass through generations, so can healing. You are not a fixed outcome of your lineage. You are a signal bearer. And that means the moment you shift your frequency, the moment you stop rehearsing inherited fear, lack, or silence, the field begins to reorganize. Not just for you, but for those who came before you, and those who will come after. That's legacy. Not what you leave behind, but what you clear in the now. Ask yourself, what emotional tones feel older than me? What patterns feel rehearsed, but not authentic? Who in my ancestry might have needed this pattern to survive? You're not blaming them. You're understanding them, because what was once protection for them might be limitation for you. They did what they had to do, but you don't have to keep carrying the same code. Try this awareness practice, the energy lineage scan. Bring to mind a persistent belief or feeling you've struggled with. Ask, who in my family carried something similar? Breathe with the image or sensation that arises. Say aloud or silently, I honor your story, but I choose a new signal now. This is not rejection. This is reclamation. You're not discarding your lineage. You're alchemizing it. Now here's where it gets even more powerful. Energy doesn't only travel through DNA. It travels through culture, memory, behavior, unspoken emotion. Entire generations can carry shame that was never expressed. Entire bloodlines can normalize dysfunction that once came from survival. When you name what's been silent, when you stop repeating what was unconscious, you become the pattern interrupter. You don't just break cycles. You rewrite the field they operated in. Let's get practical. Every time you speak truth where your ancestors stayed silent, rest where your lineage only knew exhaustion, receive where they only gave, love where they learned to fear, you're updating your genetic environment. You're giving your nervous system permission to write a new story, and the field listens. You may feel the resistance of inherited energy as fatigue, fog, or even identity crisis. Why? because your system is reorganizing signals it never questioned before. That discomfort is not regression. It's recalibration. You're not falling apart. You're disentangling from the past, from patterns, from timelines you were never meant to carry into the future. Let this reframe settle in. You are not here to fix your family. You're here to stop the loop of unconscious repetition. That means you get to feel emotions they couldn't, make choices they weren't allowed to, create safety they never tasted, normalize joy where only fear ruled. And in doing so, you don't erase them. You set them free. Use this embodiment tool, signal transmission ritual. Stand with your feet grounded and eyes closed. Say aloud, to all those who came before, I honor you. I thank you. I am free to live beyond the fear you carried. Then say, to all who will come after, I clear the path. I send the signal of truth, love, and power forward. This isn't performance. It's transmission. You're sending a new broadcast through time, across generations, and you become the bridge between the old and the emerging. Let's be clear, this isn't always comfortable. You may face backlash, internal or external. Old stories may surface for resolution. Family dynamics may shift. But remember this, your loyalty is not to the past. Your loyalty is to the field you are creating. And that loyalty liberates far more than you can see. Let's close this chapter with a powerful truth. You are not just the result of generational patterns. You are the pivot point. You are not a prisoner of your family's history. You are the architect of its evolution. And every time you choose differently, the field remembers. It updates. It releases. It aligns. Because energy doesn't forget. Transforms. And that transformation starts with you. Next, we amplify that transformation with conscious tools. You'll discover how subtle energy tech, neurotools, and frequency-based devices can accelerate alignment, not by replacing your power, but by enhancing your ability to stay tuned to your chosen signal. Now that you've begun clearing the inherited codes held within your body and field, your personal signal has never been cleaner, lighter, or more intentional. You're no longer repeating the past. You're emitting a new tone, one that liberates not just you, but everything and everyone connected to your frequency. This is where amplification becomes possible, not through more effort, but through technology that enhances your existing resonance. Because the field you're shaping responds not only to thought, emotion, and awareness. It also responds to devices, tools, and energy systems designed to stabilize or amplify coherence. But here's the key. These tools do not replace your alignment. They respond to it. They don't carry the power. You do. And when used correctly, they support your capacity to hold signal longer, deeper, and with more clarity, so your external reality can recalibrate faster. Let's break down what we mean by conscious technology. This doesn't mean screens and apps. It means any external device or modality that interacts with your energetic field, your nervous system, your subtle body, or your brainwave patterns to either optimize, stabilize, or expand your frequency. We're talking about PMF mats, binaural beats, red light therapy, scalar energy fields, neurofeedback systems, biofield tuning forks, wearable coherence monitors, subtle energy patches and programs, breath-guided entrainment tools, and even consciousness-based software designed to interact with intention itself. These aren't toys. Used well, they're mirrors and amplifiers of your inner state. But without self-awareness, they're just gadgets. That's why your inner signal must lead, and the tech must follow. Let's look at one core principle behind all of these tools: resonance. Everything vibrates. Everything emits a frequency. And anything that enters your field either stabilizes your coherence or disrupts it. This means every tool you choose becomes part of your field environment. You're not just choosing based on features, you're choosing based on frequency compatibility. Ask yourself, does this tool feel grounding or distracting? Do I feel more present with it or more dependent on it? Is this enhancing my signal or overriding my inner rhythm? Your body always knows the difference. Listen to it. Let's go practical. Here are a few core categories of conscious tech and how to approach them. Brainwave modulation, neurotools. Examples: binaural beats, neurofeedback, audio entrainment. Purpose: shift your brainwaves from beta, stress, to alpha/theta, clarity/insight. Tip: don't use these to fix your mood. Use them to entrain presence, especially before visualization or intention setting. Biofield tuning and EMF harmonizers. Examples: tuning forks, scalar pendants, home field stabilizers. Purpose: rebalance chaotic energy in your personal or environmental field. Tip: let your intuition guide usage. Some tools work better in short bursts. Others, like passive wearables, are cumulative over time. Photobiomodulation and red light therapy. Purpose: cellular rejuvenation and energy production through light frequency. Tip: use during recovery, integration, or grounding phases, not when overstimulated. Heart-brain coherence devices. Examples: wearables that track HRV, heart rate variability, and breathing rhythms. Purpose: show real-time feedback of your physiological coherence. Tip: don't chase perfect readings. Use them to observe how breath, thought, and emotion change your field in real time. Intentional software interfaces. Examples: apps designed to broadcast intention-infused frequencies, consciousness encoding. Purpose: align digital tools with nonlinear intention fields. Tip: treat them as amplifiers, not replacements for your focus. Here's the truth: none of these tools work on their own. You must bring the clear intention, the calm nervous system, the present attention, and the receptive body. Only then can these systems lock onto your signal and support the upgrade. So if you're reaching for tech out of anxiety, avoidance, or desperation, it won't serve you. But if you're reaching for it with clarity, readiness, and alignment, it becomes a portal. Let's name a deeper fear some carry. What if I become dependent on these tools? Valid concern. But true dependency doesn't come from tools. It comes from forgetting your signal is the source. The moment you believe the device holds more power than your field, you've given your alignment away. But if you remember, this is just a tool to help me return to myself, then it becomes a sacred ally, not a crutch. Use this internal protocol before adopting any new tech. The alignment check. Ask, what part of me is reaching for this? Ask, do I feel expansion or constriction when I hold this? Ask, can I activate this frequency with my own breath and presence first? Then say, if this tool serves the highest coherence of my field, I welcome it. Let the answer come through your nervous system, not your mind. One more key. Conscious technology doesn't only come from devices. Your breath is tech. Your attention is tech. Your presence is the most sophisticated instrument in existence. Any tool you use should simply refine that natural system, not override it. And as you expand your awareness, you'll become more sensitive to subtle resonance. You'll know which room is charged, which people uplift or drain, which devices enhance or distort. Your entire life becomes your technology dashboard. Let's close with this. You are not behind. You're already emitting a signal. You're already reshaping timelines. And technology, when conscious, intentional, and respectful, can help you hold your alignment when the world feels loud. It's not about collecting more gadgets. It's about remembering you are a field in motion, and your tools are there to serve that motion, not dictate it. They are your mirrors, your amplifiers, your assistants. But the signal? That's still you. Next, we move from support to superpower. You'll learn how to consistently enter flow states, that accelerated zone of creativity, intelligence, and effortless action where quantum alignment becomes not just occasional, but embodied. You've now integrated tools that amplify your frequency without stealing your power. The noise is quieter. Your signal is clearer. You can feel the shift, not just in your thoughts, but in your physiology, your actions, your field. This is the perfect moment to tap into one of the most potent states available to human consciousness. A state where resistance disappears. where effort becomes elegance, where the right words, moves, and decisions arise without force. You've been there before, but likely by accident. Now, you'll learn to access it by design. This is flow, not just productivity, not just creativity. Flow is what happens when your system becomes so coherent, so tuned, so present, that it merges with the field, and from that state, genius activates. Let's break the myth first. Flow is not a rare event. It's not reserved for artists, athletes, or tech visionaries. It's not something you wait for. It is a natural state of quantum harmony that becomes available when your mind stops overprocessing. Your nervous system feels safe. Your energy is circulating. Your action is aligned with authentic desire. Flow is your default when resistance is cleared. It's not mystical. It's mechanical. And like any quantum process, it begins with frequency. Here's what happens when you enter flow. The brain shifts from beta into alpha and theta, synchronizing intuition and logic. The prefrontal cortex, your inner critic, temporarily deactivates, so action is unfiltered. Time distorts, you feel timeless, even eternal. Dopamine and anandamide surge, fueling insight, curiosity, and creativity. Your field becomes so coherent, reality begins responding instantly. This is not magic. This is biology aligning with consciousness. And when that happens, you don't just feel powerful, you become pure potential in motion. Ask yourself, when was the last time I acted without overthinking? What was I doing when I lost track of time and felt most alive? What activities make me feel like I'm being lived, rather than trying to live? These questions reveal your natural entry points to flow. And once identified, they can be refined, repeated, and expanded. Let's get practical. There are 4 core conditions that increase flow access. Clear goal or focus. Not a fixed outcome, but a direction of energy. Your system needs to know what you're here to do, even if just for the next hour. Immediate feedback. The field responds quickly in flow. You don't need external applause. You just need to notice. That felt true. That didn't. Stay present to the data your body gives you. Balance challenge and skill. Too easy equals boredom. Too hard equals anxiety. Flow emerges when you stretch just beyond your current capacity, while still feeling resourced. Elimination of distraction. Multitasking kills flow. Fragmentation fractures coherence. Set space. Silence the noise. Give your system room to enter rhythm. Once you're in flow, here's what changes. Thought becomes intuitive rather than analytical. Creativity becomes channeled rather than constructed. Physical actions synchronize effortlessly with intent. The field responds before you finish the sentence, the move, or the decision. This is the zone where breakthroughs are born, where clarity becomes kinetic, where timelines collapse and ideas manifest before they're fully verbalized. It's not performance. It's alignment made visible. Now let's address the shadow. The most common enemy of flow? Over-identification. When you start chasing the feeling instead of stabilizing the frequency. You become addicted to the high and forget how to return when it fades. True mastery means you know how to enter flow without relying on chaos. You know how to exit flow with gratitude, not panic. You stop seeing flow as escape and start using it as a training ground for embodied genius. Here's a practice to train access. The flow priming protocol. Start your day with one activity that combines movement plus focus plus presence. Examples: conscious walking, dance, sketching, breath-led movement. Set a 30-minute window with no distractions and a single clear objective. Not to finish, just to enter full attention. Use rhythmic breathing to stabilize awareness. Inhale 4 seconds, exhale 6 seconds. Repeat. This brings heart and brain into synchrony. Begin. Adjust. Don't strive. Just respond to what arises. When resistance appears, breathe. Don't analyze it. Keep moving. This protocol builds flow access muscle. And over time, you'll need less ritual and more trust. Because flow isn't something you push into. It's what emerges when you stop interrupting your natural genius. Let's ground this in truth. Flow is not about avoiding difficulty. It's about shifting how you meet it. In flow, effort doesn't disappear. It simply becomes aligned. You still do the work, but it feels like your field is doing it with you. And that sense of support, that sense of grace, is what turns ordinary tasks into transcendent expressions. That's how masters work. That's how innovators create. That's how truth gets built into form. Not by pushing, by riding the wave. Now ask yourself, what environments amplify my coherence? What stories pull me out of flow before it stabilizes? What permission am I still withholding from my genius? Because genius isn't something you learn. It's something you remember through flow. You don't need more training. You need fewer interruptions, fewer apologies, fewer masks, fewer fractured goals. Let your system move as one. Let your signal lead. Let the field respond. Let's close this with a powerful reminder. Flow isn't a reward. It's a byproduct of frequency alignment. And when you choose coherence over control, presence over performance, intuition over interference, the field doesn't hesitate, carries you, because in that state you're not fighting life. You're riding its current, and everything accelerates from there. Next, we expand from internal flow to external influence. You'll discover how to lead, not by strategy or pressure, but by becoming a resonant force that others naturally align with. The era of the quantum leader begins. Now that you've entered the state of flow, where thought, body, emotion, and intention move as one coherent stream, you're ready to embody a higher responsibility. Leadership, not in the traditional sense, not with titles, roles, or authority, not through control, persuasion, or pressure. Quantum leadership is something entirely different. It's what happens when your frequency becomes so stable, clear, and authentic that others begin to align with you, not because you convince them, but because your very presence becomes a tuning fork. You don't need to command. You radiate. You don't push. You emanate. This is leadership through coherence, and it's one of the most powerful forms of influence on the planet. Let's start with the truth. Every being has a field. Every field broadcasts a signal, and within every group, the most coherent field sets the tone. That means when you walk into a room, you're not just entering a space. You're contributing to its vibration. And if your signal is anxious, scattered, performative, or masked, you get friction. But if your signal is calm, clear, and grounded in truth, people begin to match your rhythm without even realizing it. That's not charisma. That's physics. This is why some people can walk into chaos and instantly calm it. Why others speak softly but command full attention. Why certain leaders never need to raise their voice and still hold the room. It's not magic. It's frequency integrity. They've aligned their internal field so consistently that others feel safe to do the same around them. This is the secret to quantum leadership. Your nervous system leads before your words ever do. Ask yourself, what emotional frequency do people feel when I enter their space? Do I stabilize others or unconsciously add to the noise? Am I radiating from authenticity or trying to manage perception? These aren't judgments. They're invitations to refine your broadcast. Because the stronger your signal, the less you have to say to create impact. Let's go deeper. Traditional leadership is often about positioning, being the smartest, making the best decisions, appearing confident, controlling the narrative. But quantum leadership is about presence, not position. You lead not by what you say, but by how deeply you're anchored in your truth when you say it. You move people not through pressure, but through the resonance of your own alignment. And here's the paradox. The less you try to lead, the more influence you gain. Because when there's no distortion in your signal, people instinctively trust it. Not blindly, but energetically. Their field recognizes yours as safe, clear, and self-contained. And trust becomes effortless. Let's make this practical. Here are 3 core traits of quantum leaders. Signal sovereignty. You don't outsource your frequency to the group. Whether the room is frantic or flat, you hold your tone. You lead with your nervous system, not your reactions. Authentic transparency. You don't perform certainty. You name truth even when it's uncomfortable. That truth becomes the ground others didn't know they were craving. Field responsiveness. You're not reactive, but you're present. You feel when someone's shrinking. You sense when trust is rising. You don't fix, you respond with presence, not power plays. Here's a tool to build quantum influence. The presence amplifier. Before speaking, pause and feel your feet. Breathe into your lower belly. Ask, am I trying to be right or trying to be real? Speak only when your signal feels steady, not strategic. This calibrates your communication to truth, and people feel it instantly, because they're not just listening to your words, they're listening to your field. Now let's address what most people fear in leadership: visibility. Many who feel the call to lead also carry the wound of exposure. They fear being judged, misread, rejected, misunderstood. So they perform, they shrink, they over-explain, they hide behind perfection or logic or systems. But quantum leadership asks for something else. Not more polish, more coherence. You don't need to be invulnerable. You need to be real, rooted, aligned. And when you are, your visibility becomes service, not stress. Ask yourself now, where am I still performing leadership instead of embodying it? What truth have I withheld to avoid discomfort? What would leading from pure coherence look like right now? Because when you lead from alignment, you don't need to be above anyone. You walk with them, but from a deeper ground. And that ground holds more power than any strategy ever will. Let's reframe the entire idea of leadership. It's not about leading followers. It's about activating other leaders by being a mirror of resonance. Your presence becomes permission. Your coherence becomes contagious. Your alignment becomes a lighthouse. And those around you begin to self-organize, not because you pushed them, but because your signal showed them what was possible. Here's the core truth. Quantum leaders don't need to dominate. They don't need to prove. They don't manipulate attention. They emit a frequency of integrity and clarity, and the world responds. And in times of distortion, chaos, and noise, that kind of presence becomes magnetic. Let's close with this. You are already leading. With every breath, every thought, every reaction, you're broadcasting a signal, and someone somewhere is tuning to it. You don't need more followers. You need more frequency fidelity. Because when you stabilize the tone of who you really are, everything else organizes around you. Teams align. Opportunities find you. Truth rises. And power stops being about control and becomes a form of energetic stewardship. That is quantum leadership. And the field is ready for it now. Next, we transcend the mechanics and step into the sacred. You'll explore how the laws of quantum physics and the patterns of spiritual truth are not opposing forces, but two expressions of the same architecture of reality. Now that you've stepped into the role of frequency-based leadership, where your presence influences more than your words ever could, it's time to unlock the final convergence point in this journey, the union of science and spirit. For centuries, these realms were seen as opposites. Science was logic. Spirituality was faith. One measured the observable, the other revered the invisible. But the deeper we explore the quantum field, the more undeniable it becomes. Science is catching up to what mystics have always known. And it's no longer a matter of belief. It's a matter of recognition. You are standing at the intersection of energy and essence, mechanism and meaning, waveform and wisdom. This is spiritual physics, where the observable universe reflects the architecture of the soul. Let's be precise. Quantum physics tells us that reality is not solid. Particles appear as probabilities until they're observed. Time is not linear. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. Everything is entangled, and consciousness influences outcomes. Now pause and look at the ancient spiritual texts, Vedic, Hermetic, Taoist, indigenous, and beyond. They echo the same themes. Everything is vibration. The observer and the observed are one. What you give attention to grows. Time is cyclical. All beings are interconnected. The soul is eternal. These are not philosophical metaphors. They are experiential truths, now confirmed by physics at the edge of human understanding. Ask yourself, have I been trying to choose between reason and intuition? Have I feared that logic invalidates spirit, or that spirit denies science? What if the next evolution isn't one or the other, but both unified? Because the separation was never real. The field doesn't care what lens you use to describe it. Whether you call it wave function collapse or prayer, non-locality or grace, quantum entanglement or divine connection, it's all describing the same reality, a living, intelligent, participatory universe. Let's go deeper. In quantum mechanics, potential becomes reality through observation. That means you don't wait for form. You participate in its emergence. This mirrors spiritual teachings that tell you, intention shapes experience. Your inner state determines outer reflection. Presence is the creator of miracles. These aren't different languages. They're the same sentence spoken from different ends of the spiral. When you realize that your identity expands, you're not just a being in a system. You're a node of consciousness interacting with the entire grid. Your thoughts aren't isolated. Your feelings aren't private. Your frequency is a message broadcasted into the very structure of reality. And the field answers in kind. Let's make it practical. Start to view your life as a feedback loop, a mirror reflecting your current energetic signature. Not as punishment, not as reward, but as real-time data from a responsive universe. If the loop feels chaotic, your signal is scattered. If it feels stagnant, your energy is frozen. If it feels aligned, your inner coherence is stabilizing the outer field. This is not personal. This is pattern. And that pattern is sacred. Now let's name what many avoid: the discomfort of being between worlds. You may find yourself too mystical for science, too rational for spirituality, too energetically sensitive for modern society, too logic-driven for traditional spiritual spaces. But this discomfort is not confusion. It's convergence. You are here to bridge the gap, to stop compartmentalizing and start integrating, because your soul remembers the mystery, and your mind now understands the math. That's not conflict. That's evolution. Use this daily reframe. Everything is information. That sensation in your body, that emotional wave, that synchronicity, that silence after a question. It's all feedback. It's all guidance. It's all intelligence communicating through vibration. There is no random. There is only resonance waiting to be noticed. Here's what happens when you unify spiritual and scientific understanding. Your practices become technologies. Your rituals become calibrations. Your prayer becomes quantum transmission. Your logic becomes a map for navigating the unseen. You begin to walk through life as both scientist and mystic, not choosing between them but honoring both equally. This is the future, and you're living it now. Let's talk about the architecture of the soul. From a quantum view, the soul is not bound by time or body. It is a field of intelligence experiencing itself through infinite versions of you. Every desire, a signal. Every challenge, a recalibration. Every insight, a remembered frequency. Your soul doesn't care how fast you move. It cares about how fully you inhabit the signal you came here to emit. And every time you return to alignment, even for a breath, you update your trajectory, not just in this lifetime, but across dimensions of self you're only beginning to sense. That's not fantasy. That's field theory. And your life is proving it, whether you see it yet or not. Let's bring it full circle. You began this journey exploring the bridge between mind, body, and growth. Now you see it clearly. Mind is not confined to brain. It is a transmitter of quantum potential. Body is not mechanical. It is a conscious receiver of energetic truth. Growth is not linear. It is holographic, vibrational, and deeply encoded with intelligence. You are not working alone. You are part of an intelligent system. Call it the universe. Call it the field. Call it God. Call it consciousness. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you remember you are not separate from it. You are it. Next, we collapse the final illusion that's kept your field fragmented and your selfhood incomplete. You're going to discover that you were never alone. Because separation itself was the deepest myth, and dissolving that myth will unlock everything. You've now seen that the fabric of the universe is conscious, intelligent, responsive. You've seen how both science and soul agree. Reality is vibrational, interconnected, and shaped by your internal state. But there's one final illusion still casting a long shadow over human perception. One that fuels fear, fragmentation, and limitation more than any other. The illusion of separation. This belief, often unspoken but deeply embedded, says, you are alone. You are separate from life. You are separate from others. You are separate from source. This is the deepest distortion in the human field. And yet, almost every limitation, every fear of not belonging, every story of unworthiness, every impulse to prove, control, or chase, can be traced back to this one falsehood. But now you're going to let it go. Not as an idea, as a frequency. Let's look at what the field tells us. Quantum physics confirms particles once connected remain entangled, even across vast distances. Observation influences results, meaning the observer and the observed are always connected. Reality itself may be fundamentally non-local, meaning everything is everywhere, always. These aren't spiritual metaphors. These are measurements, and they point to a single truth. You are not and have never been separate. Let's make it visceral. Every breath you take is shared. The atoms in your lungs once belonged to oceans, forests, and stars. Your body is made of recycled stardust, encoded with the memory of the cosmos. Every thought you think moves energy through the collective field. Every emotion you feel sends ripples through the shared fabric of human consciousness. Every choice you make creates resonance, whether you realize it or not. You are not just living in the world. You are woven into it. You are not alone. You are an expression of the whole. So ask yourself, where have I been living like I'm separate from the source of life? Where have I tried to figure it all out alone? Where have I created walls of protection that blocked the very connection I craved? Because the moment you identify the lie of separation, you begin to repair the signal, and everything changes from that point. Let's speak to the emotional root of this myth. Separation doesn't just show up as philosophy. It shows up as chronic anxiety, isolation, defensiveness, imposter syndrome, fear of vulnerability, compulsive independence, the need to prove or earn love. These patterns are not flaws. They are the symptoms of a field trying to survive inside a lie. When you believe you're disconnected from love, worth, or divine support, you'll naturally try to create safety through effort, protection, or avoidance. But that safety is fragile because it's built on false ground. The moment you return to connection, that entire structure dissolves, and peace becomes not a prize, but your baseline signal. Let's work with a simple but powerful shift. Try this sentence and feel it in your body. I am not separate. I am supported. I am included. I am the field. Repeat it until the words aren't affirmations. They're remembrance. You'll feel your shoulders drop, your breath deepen, your nervous system relax, because on the deepest level, your body knows this is true. It's been waiting for you to stop performing individuality and start resting in unity. Now, here's the paradox. You are a unique expression, but you are not a separate entity. Your individuality is not your exile. It's your angle of contribution. Just like a single tone completes a chord, or a single pixel completes an image. You matter precisely because you're part of the whole, not because you stand apart from it. This changes everything about how you relate to others. When you remember that we are entangled, not metaphorically but literally, competition collapses, judgment softens, projection disappears, and love stops being transactional. It becomes recognition. You see yourself in others because you know they're not other at all. Here's a practice to anchor that: field fusion exercise. Sit in stillness. Bring someone to mind, friend, stranger, or even someone you've struggled with. Visualize both of you as fields of light. Let those fields expand until they overlap and merge. Breathe and say silently, "There is no separation, only different expressions of the same whole." You may feel warmth, tears, peace, or even resistance. All of it is valid. You're clearing the signal. And the more often you do this, the more you live as the field, not just in it. Here's the great irony. You've spent so much time seeking connection, trying to earn it, find it, create it, when in truth, you were never disconnected. It only felt that way because of mental stories and energetic distortions. But the truth? The field never left you. Life never stopped including you. Source never withheld anything. And now that you've stopped withholding yourself, you can feel the reunion that was always waiting to be remembered. Let's reframe the journey. You didn't come here to prove your worth. You came to remember your connection. You didn't come here to fight for belonging. You came to realize it was always yours. You didn't come here to escape isolation. You came to dissolve the illusion that it ever existed. Because when you truly know that separation was never real, you move differently. You speak with more openness. You lead with less defense. You create with less hesitation. You love with fewer conditions. You're no longer trying to get something from the world. You're radiating as someone who already contains it. That's what ends the loop of lack. That's what reactivates wholeness. That's what reunites the signal with the source. Next, something must be released to make space for this wholeness to take root. You'll discover how your old self, the one built on stories, wounds, and limitation, was never designed to last. And how letting it dissolve is not an end, but a powerful rebirth into your highest frequency yet. Now that the illusion of separation has dissolved, you're standing in a new light, one where connection is no longer a concept, but a living truth. And with that awareness, something profound begins to stir, a quiet invitation to let go of everything that no longer matches this deeper truth. This isn't about tidying up your identity. It's about releasing it, because the version of you that was built to survive disconnection, to perform worthiness, to manage fear, to navigate from limitation, is complete. And what's asking to emerge now is not just a better version of that self. It's something entirely new. This is not self-improvement. This is self-death, the quantum kind. In quantum theory, death is not destruction. It's transition. A wave function collapses into a particle. An old form dissolves to make way for a new state. Energy does not disappear. It simply changes its arrangement. This is how transformation works at the deepest level. The false must collapse. The identity must shed. The distortion must dissolve. The outdated signal must stop broadcasting. Not as punishment, as preparation. Because if you want to fully embody your highest frequency, you must first release the version of you that was wired for something else. Ask yourself, what parts of me are still performing survival? What identities feel more like armor than truth? What story have I outgrown, but still feel afraid to stop telling? This is the edge of rebirth. And it starts with one brave choice: to stop resuscitating what's ready to die. Let's name what this really looks like. Quantum death doesn't always look dramatic. It often looks like fatigue for no reason, disinterest in things you once chased, emotional release that feels irrational, the quiet sense that you're done with pretending. These aren't breakdowns. They're deconstruction events. Your field is rearranging itself. Your nervous system is letting go of patterns it once believed were necessary. Your energy is collapsing structures that don't match your emerging truth. And though it may feel disorienting, it's not a crisis, it's clearance. Here's what many don't say: letting go of an identity, even a painful one, can feel like loss, because you've built relationships, habits, and achievements around it. It might feel like, if I stop being the fixer, Who am I? If I stop chasing validation, what motivates me? If I no longer suffer, will people still relate to me? These are echoes of the dying self. Honor them. Don't rush through them. But don't believe them either. Because what comes next doesn't need justification. It needs space. Use this inner ritual, the self-release protocol. Sit quietly. Breathe slowly. Speak aloud or within. I now release the version of me that was built on fear, effort, or distortion. Picture it as an energetic form. Let it dissolve. Say, I honor who I was. I am ready to live as who I truly am. This isn't a performance. It's a reset. You're not erasing yourself. You're allowing a truer self to take the front seat. Now, let's get specific. You might be shedding identities like the one who always holds it together, the overachiever, the martyr, the skeptic, the misunderstood, the anxious one, the intellectual, the broken one. These roles served a purpose, but they are not who you are. They were scaffolding, and scaffolding must fall away once the structure is stable. You are that stable structure now, so let what's no longer needed fall in peace. Here's the quantum truth. Every energetic release creates vacuum space in the field, and that space doesn't stay empty. It invites new signal, new architecture, new capacity, but only if you don't fill it with old stories out of habit. So once something dies in you, pause. Don't rush to replace it. Let the field speak. Let your new configuration reveal itself, not through force, but through resonance. That's how true rebirth begins. Rebirth is not about reinvention. It's about revealment. It's about allowing the self that's always been quietly waiting, beneath the noise, beneath the armor, beneath the strategy, to finally take the lead. This self is not trying to be spiritual. It is already frequency. It's not managing emotion. It's feeling as the field. It's not obsessed with outcome. It moves by alignment, and it has no need to explain itself, because it carries a signal that speaks for itself. You may not have language for this new self yet. That's okay. It will speak through new desires, different decisions, refined boundaries, clearer knowing, softer nervous system, brighter presence, deeper stillness. Others may not understand the shift right away. You might even grieve parts of what you let go. But what emerges will be lighter, truer, cleaner, free, and most importantly, fully yours. Let's anchor this. You are not becoming your true self. You're just subtracting everything that isn't. That's the only real death. The rest is memory. And as those layers dissolve, what's left isn't emptiness. What's left is your signal, undistorted, undeniable, and ready. Now ask yourself, what identity have I outgrown? Where am I still pretending to be smaller than I am? What is life trying to show me? Now that the old self is gone, don't answer with your mind. Let your field respond. It knows. It's been waiting. Next, you'll learn how to integrate this quantum self into a world still operating on linear logic. You'll discover how to live your truth without friction, so you no longer oscillate between higher states and old realities. The spiral of mastery continues. Now grounded in embodiment. Now that you've released the old architecture of identity and allowed your quantum self to emerge, the real work begins, not in theory, not in energy, but in your everyday life. Because the journey doesn't end at awakening. It begins again in integration. Spiritual insights mean nothing if they can't be lived. Energetic upgrades collapse if the vessel doesn't adapt. Quantum truth must become embodied practice or it stays a concept. This chapter is your landing gear. It's how you bring everything home. Here's what most people don't realize. Transformation is not a straight line. It's not wake up, evolve, ascend. The spiral-shaped. You rise, you descend, you orbit a pattern with new awareness. You meet familiar situations, but from new levels of clarity. That's not failure. That's integration. Because growth doesn't just come from what you experience. It comes from how well you anchor what you now know. So the question becomes, can you walk as your highest frequency in a world still operating in distortion? Can you Choose presence when the world sells distraction. Move from coherence when chaos surrounds you. Speak truth when silence is rewarded. Hold boundaries without closing your heart. Remember the field when linear noise screams for attention. This is the frontier of real mastery. Not what you know, but how you live what you know. Let's make this tangible. Here are the 3 domains of integration you must stabilize. Nervous system coherence. Your body is the anchor point for your field. If your nervous system is reactive, no amount of insight will stay grounded. Practice. Daily breath regulation. Movement that feels intuitive, not performance-driven. Grounding practices like cold water, walking barefoot, or body scanning. Relational integrity. The people in your life will mirror what's integrated and what's not. Notice who honors your signal and who tempts you to abandon it. Practice. Communicate clearly without defense. Don't explain truth, embody it. Let people recalibrate to your new field or naturally fall away. Daily field hygiene. Your environment must match your signal or it will distort it. Practice. Clean up digital, emotional, and spatial clutter. Consume content that reflects your frequency, not your former self. Protect coherence without withdrawing from connection. Integration isn't about control. It's about signal maintenance. Let's address a common trap, the temptation to compartmentalize, to keep your quantum awareness separate from your career, your relationships, your finances, your home. But you didn't clear old selves just to keep truth in a safe corner. The spiral wants wholeness. If you don't bring your signal into all areas of life, you create friction, and friction becomes fatigue, which leads to fragmentation, which pulls you back into distortion. That's why integration requires radical alignment. Not perfection, alignment. Your actions, language, choices, and values must point in the same direction. Truth. Here's an inner practice to catch misalignment before it grows. The spiral check-in. Ask, where in my life am I still playing by outdated rules? Ask, what choices would I make today if I trusted my field fully? Ask, what am I afraid will happen if I actually live this truth? Sit with whatever arises. That's the friction point. That's where your spiral is asking for attention. Not judgment, tension. And the more you show up there with presence, not force, the more naturally the spiral opens. Let's also name the emotional layer. Integration can feel like loss. As you ground in new truth, you may feel distance from people, environments, or habits that no longer match you. Grieve that, but don't mislabel it as regression. You're not going backwards. You're just letting the spiral shed what can't travel further. This isn't collapse. It's field refinement. Integration is also quiet. Not everyone will understand what's changing in you, and you don't need them to. This phase isn't about visibility. It's about frequency fidelity. Let your actions show what words can't. Let your presence teach what explanations never could. Some will sense it. Some will resist it. Some will match it. All of that is okay. You're not here to convince. You're here to hold signal. Let's get practical again. Here are 5 ways to spiral your quantum self into everyday life. Anchor a morning signal. Before engaging with the world, check your frequency. Choose a phrase, breath pattern, or movement that grounds you in your truth. Track micro-abandonments. Throughout the day, ask, did I just shrink, appease, or distort to stay comfortable? If yes, pause, realign, reset. Make alignment-based decisions. When faced with a choice, ask, what option matches the highest version of me? Not the safest. Revisit and release. If old versions of you surface, don't judge. Acknowledge, thank, and clear them. The spiral brings things up not to trap you, but to complete the cycle. Celebrate embodiment wins. Every time you hold a boundary, speak clearly, or stay grounded under pressure, celebrate it. Not as ego, but as signal strength. Ask yourself, where am I still living like the old me? What part of my life is begging for realignment? What would it feel like to stop separating the sacred from the practical? Because integration isn't about becoming someone new. It's about letting the real you stay visible, even in places that once asked you to hide. That is mastery. Not just quantum awareness, but quantum living. Let's close this spiral with clarity. You're not meant to fit into systems that run on distortion. You're meant to be a new system, one that runs on frequency, coherence, and truth. Your job now is to let that be consistent, to spiral again and again, from insight to action, from truth to embodiment, from awakening to everyday alchemy. Because when you live the field, you shift the field. Next, the spiral completes. You've explored the mechanics, the transformation, the signal, and the path. Now, what remains is pure truth. You are not simply shaping the field. You are the field, and everything you've been seeking is already within it. You've unlayered the noise. You've released the false self. You've aligned your body, your breath, your thoughts, and your frequency with something deeper, wider, and more intelligent than anything the linear world ever taught you to trust. Now the final truth stands before you, simple, undeniable, and world-shifting. You are not separate from the field. You are the field, the miracle you've been reaching for, waiting for. Chasing across practices, timelines, mentors, and theories was never outside you. It was your signal all along. And now that everything unnecessary has fallen away, there's nothing left to seek, only something to become fully. Let's stop here. Not to slow down, but to see clearly what you've built. You've learned that reality is not made of matter, but of energy and intention. You've seen how the body isn't a container. It's a receiver, a translator, a tuner of truth. You've stabilized your nervous system as a vessel of coherence. You've felt your identity dissolve and reform around presence, not programming. You've stopped chasing influence and started emanating leadership. You've exited the myth of separation and let your old self die in peace. And you've grounded that entire spiral in the rhythm of your everyday life. All of that has brought you here. And now that you've become still enough, coherent enough, honest enough to receive it, you can finally experience what's been true all along. You are the field in form. This means something radical. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. Every frequency you align with, every timeline you step into, every shift you witness in your body, relationships, or environment is a reflection of the field adjusting itself to match your signal. There is no need to chase, no need to wait, no need to convince, control, or construct. Because the moment your internal frequency stabilizes, reality begins to self-organize around that tone. That's not theory. That's law. That's you. So what now? You stop trying to manifest, and you start remembering that your presence is the manifestation. You stop seeking proof, and you start realizing that every breath, every moment, every synchronicity is proof. You stop asking how to make the quantum field respond, and you start being the quantum field in motion. Here's how that looks. You no longer pray from lack. You transmit from wholeness. You no longer react to life. You entrain it with your tone. You no longer fear change. You become the force of change itself. You no longer live to survive. You exist to express. This is not spiritual bypass. This is spiritual embodiment verified by the physics of presence. And no one can give it to you, because it's already yours. Let's be clear. You will still experience emotions. You will still move through contrast. You will still encounter unknowns. But now, none of those pull you out of yourself. Because you're not just the wave. You're the ocean. And from this vantage point, you stop making emotion wrong. You stop labeling confusion as failure. You stop believing that discomfort means disconnection. You know that all of it is part of the field's intelligence. And all of it is you. This is the final shift. From managing your experience to becoming the frequency through which all experience flows. From interpreting reality to transmitting it with your being. From trying to master the field to realizing you are the field, pure intelligence encoded in human form. And when you live like this, everything changes. People feel it in your presence. Not because you say the right thing, but because they remember themselves around you. The field recognizes itself through your coherence, and others naturally entrain. This is what it means to walk as the miracle. You don't ask for proof. You are the evidence. You don't ask for permission. You are the alignment. You don't hold space. You are the space through which transformation happens. Let's speak to your nervous system now. You are safe to stop striving. You are safe to rest in clarity. You are safe to live from your signal, no mask, no edit, no apology. Let that truth settle. Let it stabilize. Let it lead. Because your field is no longer in testing. It's transmitting. Let's anchor this with 3 living truths. There is no separation. Everything you meet is part of you. Every relationship is feedback. Every moment is the field in dialogue with itself. You are the miracle. You're not the result of random chemistry. You're the convergence of infinite intelligence in a coherent, breathing form. You already know. Everything you need is coded in your field. What you call learning is just remembering. What you call practice is just frequency recognition. So now take a breath. Feel into this. You are not becoming whole. You are simply letting go of what never matched your truth. You are not calling power to you. You are remembering that you are power in motion. You are not just connected to the field. You are the field. And this world is ready for your signal. So live it, not as a performance, as a presence, not to impress, to radiate, not for applause, for alignment. This isn't the end. It's the stabilization point, the moment where the spiral completes one revolution and prepares for the next. Because the field is infinite, your expression is infinite, and your mastery is ongoing. So walk forward clear, grounded, full spectrum, whole. Not as someone seeking transformation, as someone transmitting truth. Because now, finally, you are the miracle, and the field has always known your name.